Hey everybody! Welcome out to the stream. Hope everyone's doing alright today. Hello! Hello, hello, hello! Music Hero, Hayabusa Hanzo, and Dr. Squidopolis, thank you all for those resubs during the pre-stream. Hope everyone's doing alright today. So it occurred to me that when does Forgotten Realms come out on Arena? Is that like 2 days from now? 3 days from now? I lost complete track of time. I thought Forgotten Realms was next week for some reason. I think in-store pre-releases are next week though, right? When is it? Hold on. It's the 8th? Shit. That's so dumb. Okay, yeah, so it comes on the 8th, but the pre-release weekend in stores isn't until the 16th. Sure, man. Okay. And by my understanding, the complete card list has not been revealed yet, right? Today's the last spoiler day? So we probably don't have everything, but we probably got close to everything. Because I wanted to do a set review. But there's just so, like, the window for it is just so freaking small, because Wizards was just like, you know what? Maybe we just don't release enough Magic cards. I've been keeping up on all the spoilers. I just don't know. I could not figure out when all of the cards were actually spoiled, so I could do a set review. Because if it's not till like tomorrow or Tuesday, fuck it. Maybe should we just do a set review today anyway? Just say fuck it? Cabness! Thanks for the resub, 62 months. Did I see that Magic Legends is shutting down? I did see that, yes. Well, heck. Do I want to do a set review then, or is it not really worth it? Yeah, you do want to see a set review? I would like to do one. I just don't feel like... I don't know if all the cards are out there for me to do one, though. I guess if I... Like, I could do the... Yeah, I could do a set review for, like, what's already out there and just kind of talk about it. Set review on Thursday while the servers are blowing up. Oh, that's fair. That could very well happen. Professor Topolis, thanks for the resub up to your 2 years. Let's see. Looks like they got all, if not most of them, out. Let's see, 50 showcase cards. 9 alternate art for all the dragons. The planeswalkers, the lands. $230 cards spoiled otherwise. So it really can't be missing. It really can't be missing that much, right? Full says what, 250-ish cards? I feel like that's usually a little less than that. I always remember it being like 170, but I guess it could be. I guess not. I guess Ikoria had 274. People were saying today was the last day for spoilers. If today's last day for spoilers, like... Hold on, let me... I can't believe I'm about to say this, but let me go look at the old Twitter.
Sweet.
Red Mage Tegan, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. Okay, I guess there's a couple new cards, aren't there? Like there's a Mordenkainen card. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so it looks like there's a couple cards that got spoiled today that aren't quite up on this website yet. Hi, Blue Panda. Last days of spoilers are mostly common cards, no one gives a shit about then. I mean, like, if I did a set review from a limited standpoint, I would absolutely care, though. So the cards I've seen today are what? Lair of the Hydra, Mordenkainen, Divine Smite, Rust Monster, Raven Feeblement.
Sweet.
Mini Fridge with a resub. Hold on, let me check this website instead. Okay, MythicSpoiler.com seems to be updated much quicker, although it's not as easy to go through as Scryfall.
Sweet.
I have not seen Hand of Vecna or Eye of Vecna yet. Green Link, also resummon. Is it worth buying a booster box? Depends on what you want to do with the booster box, Green Link. If you just want to open up cards to play with your friends or do sealed or draft with your friends, yeah, absolutely. If you just want to get a bunch of very specific cards for your constructed decks, then no, it's not worth it. Just buy singles. Scryfall seems to lag behind. Yeah, it seems like it, which sucks because like their layout works the best. Does Channel Fireball have a spoilers page that's up to date? Doesn't look like it. I do not play any Pauper, no. Yeah, this just seems like such a small window to actually get this set review out. Huh. Well, we could just do a set review of what's in here. Just to be like, fuck it. Something to talk about. Yeah, fuck it, we'll do it live. Alright. We can do that. One sec. Hold on. Shrink these up. You're seeing streaming magic happen before your very eyes. Isn't it exciting? There we go. How's that? Pretty good, right? What's my favorite color? Blue. I assume you mean. Alright, yeah, let's do that. Let's do a set review. Fuck it. Okay. Do I miss any of the old Magic cards or designs? Oh yeah, absolutely. Cronin game. Like, I really like the old borders and land styles a lot. That's why in Arena I use like the old, what do they call them? European lands. I just think those are cooler than the modern lands. Alright, so we'll grade these. Let's, for the, we're gonna just do a letter grade for all the cards. A, B, C, D, and F. And for those of you who are new to set reviews, or what grade means what, generally speaking, A cards are like some of the best cards you could possibly get. Those are bombs. Those are like I win cards. For example, from Strixhaven, Mascot Exhibition was an A, like an A+. Like if you got that, you won. B cards are where you talk with only limited in mind. In general, yeah, Honor Lionheart. Just because from what I've seen, not much here is going to do much for Constructed. Cards that are B. One sec. Cards that are graded B are very, very good cards. Like, you'll want those. You want to prioritize those over most cards. And if you see those, generally, it's kind of a signal to, like, you want to play that color because that's what's open and that's a you'll want to play that card. C, anything that's C is just good. You're not unhappy to play it. Like, it's just solid creatures. Generally good effects. Not terrible. Not super exciting, but like generally good cards. When you get to things that are graded D, that's when you start getting to filler cards. Ds are like, those are like your vanilla 3/2s for 3s, your vanilla 4/3s for 4, or like the like 1/4 spirit guardian that's just like a fucking guy that's just kind of there. And then an F, anything that's graded in F is just unplayable. Like, do not play this card. You don't even want to draft it. Just don't. Discord bot is behind. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why that is. Hopefully it'll kick in soon. It happens now and then. Everyone got that? So we're going to put a bear. A bear would be like D+, C-. Just like 2/2. How quickly do I think the D20 mechanic will get old with its proclivity to random rolls? So, what I've noticed with the D20 roll effects on all of the cards is that it isn't like a coin flip like the Pokemon card game. Where it's like, does my attack work? Yes or no. Generally speaking, all of the D20 rolls is this card works. Yes, this card works, but how much yes? Like, the difference of like, roll a D20, 1 through 9, you gain 1 life. 10 through 19, you gain 3 life. 20, gain 5 life. Like, no matter what, the card's going to gain you life and do what you want it to do. It's just, how much of that effect are you going to get? Everyone follow me? So actually, if anything else, we should probably start with that, with the different mechanics. The big one being the D20 rolls. Like, there's a lot of cards that has stuff on there. It's like, roll a D20 and then a thing happens. Let me find an example. Like, here, contact another plane. 3 in a blue for an instant. Roll D20. 1 through 9, draw 2 cards. Okay. 4 mana instant, draw 2 cards is fine. But then you get 10 through 19, then you get to scry 2, then draw 2. Okay, so it's even better card advantage. If you get a nat 20, scry 3, draw 3. That's amazing. So again, like, this card is going to do what you want it to do. It's just like, how much of that effect are you going to get? Odin 5, thanks for the resub. Other effects are basically flavor text. Like, there's a lot of cards that have like these italicized words that isn't really a mechanic. It's just like a different modal option. How much does a spin down affect randomness? I mean, a spin down is still a 20-sided die, so it's the same. Yeah, it's a lot of flavor text, and that's just like to help put the D&D taste in there. Like, you're ambushed on the road. Choose one. Make a retreat or stand and fight. I mean, you could just erase the italicized flavor text, and that's what the card does. So, a lot of cards do have modal options, which, for limited standpoint, generally pretty good, but it's just flavor text. Other major mechanic was, I think it's just probably mostly saw it on green. Where is it? The only other card I saw that was on multiple of the same card was Pack Tactics. Like here on the Hobgoblin Captain, where it's whenever it attacks, if you have total power of creatures of 6 or more, an effect happens. So this pack tactics is on multiple cards, and isn't necessarily flavor text. Manatha, thanks for the resub. So that's the other one, is pack tactics. There's also the class cards. And finally, there's the Venture in the Dungeon cards, where I don't know how I feel about this. Can I show the Venture or the Dungeon cards at all? Are these on here? They are not. All right. Hold on, let me find the... Let me find the dungeon card for you. Let's see. There we go. So, as you play, there are 3 dungeons that you can go through. And the idea being, sometimes a card just says, venture into a dungeon. And when you venture into a dungeon, you get to pick one of the 3 dungeons and make your way through it. It's really weird and clunky, and it reminds me a lot of like the contraptions from Unstable, where it's just like a side thing. It's not quite learn and like learning lesson cards like from Strixhaven. So again, there's like a lot of extra text on there, mostly for flavor wise, but like I choose Lost Mine Fan Delver. You venture into it. You get the first room, which is up here. And it's like cave entrance, scry 1. So you venture, you get to scry 1. And then when you venture again off a card, you can move into the next room of Lost Mine of Fandelver, or do any one of the other dungeon options. But it's like here it'd be like I can either go Goblin Lair, get a 1/1 red goblin, or make a treasure token. And then your options from there are limited. So if you go from the Goblin Lair, your next venture, you can go to the storeroom or go to the Dark Pool, which has different effects. So again, it's very contraption-like. It's weird. I don't know how much I like this or how well it's even going to go from a limited standpoint. I feel like it'll also kind of depend on the speed of the format, because the speed of the format is really, really slow. This may not be worth it. It could just be kind of incremental bonuses that if you happen to venture, great, you got something out of it. Because unlike Strixhaven, where like the lesson learned is like core, like you need those lessons you want to learn. Do they have a better... Yeah. Try to find a better picture of these dungeons, but it's fine. Plus, once you complete a dungeon, it doesn't really sound like you're getting an awesome payoff at the end of it. Like, you're getting some, like, small, decent effects throughout, but it's not going to be something so good or so amazing that's like, hell yeah, I want to, like, slam dunk my way through a dungeon as fast as possible. That said, there are a few cards that get bonuses or have increased effects if you complete a dungeon. Left 84, happy Magic Monday. Dungeon of the Mage is great. Which one was that one? Like draw 3 cards and something. Get bigger. Yeah, like your opponents can also go in the same dungeon. It's not a race, it's just like your own thing that you're doing. But anyway, that's the dungeon mechanic. Draw 3, play 1 without paying its costs. Oh yeah, that one is worth it. But it's also like, you have a lot more like negative effects on the way. But anyway, those are the mechanics. A lot of those will depend on like how good the speed of the format is in allowing for it, you know? It's in 7 steps. 7 steps is a lot. Like, I feel like you really need to prioritize grabbing nothing but venture cards to really make that happen, you know? So, that said, we can start the review. Again, I am not super experienced at this, so I am definitely open to discussion. Again, we're using the ABCDF style of grading. And this is like 85-90% of the cards. If there's a couple missing, maybe we'll pull those up later and check them out. But for now, let's hang out and look at these. And then on Thursday stream will probably be my first Forgotten Realms drafts. We'll see. First card, +2 mace. One and a white for an artifact that's equipped creature gets +2/+2. Equip cost 3. Not too huge on equipment, especially when it has an equip cost of 3. But that said, +2/+2 is a decent amount of stats to be able to move around. There is a lot of equipment happening in this set, and I think there actually is quite a bit of equipment synergy, especially in red-white. Like the fighter class cards is all about equipment. So this one might end up playing out slightly better than it looks. First looking at it, it's like C-. The stats are decent on it, especially for how much it costs again to play and to equip. But I think there are just better equipment options out there than just a +2 mace. I don't hate it. But yeah, I got a C- for +2 mace. I don't think it's so awful that it goes on to the D range, but it seems okay. Clicker Cricket, thanks for the tier 2 resub. Next card is Celestial Unicorn, 2 and a white for a 3/2. Sure. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Celestial Unicorn. So it's the 3 mana version of a Johnny's Pridemate. So 3 mana, 3/2 passes the vanilla test. So like a power 3, toughness 2 creature for 3 mana that's like the bar. And on top of that is whenever you gain life, you get a +1/+1 counter on them. I don't remember exactly how much gain life stuff there is in this set. But I don't think it's so much that Celestial Unicorn is going to be like a massive build around. But like if you get it, that's good. Any kind, like one activation of it, and then you got yourself a 3 mana 4/3. And that looks better. Granted, white has a lot of like cleric cards and paladin style cards, so there could be quite a bit of life gain. But I don't believe life gain is like a core mechanic or archetype in this set. Kind of like how Witherbloom was in Strixhaven, where like there's a lot of like life gain, life loss. From the cards that I remember looking at, I don't think white quite has something like that. So it's more like if you get it, you get it, but not really a build around or going to be a massive payoff where you want to prioritize grabbing a lot of these with life gain cards. So Celestial Unicorn, it's fine. It's a D+. A 3/2 for 3. Yep, sure. Sometimes you need to fill a spot. And if you happen to gain life, slightly better. So D+ for Celestial Unicorn. This is one. Next card is the Cleric class. And this is one of the new types of cards that actually did not exist before. It's an enchantment that has the level up mechanic, which they've had before, only they put it onto just the different classes. So you pay 1 mana to put down the Cleric class enchantment. And at level 1, it's if you would gain life, you gain that much life plus an additional 1 instead. So like slightly more life. Another life activation, but just slightly more life. And then for another 3 and a white, you level up to level 2 Cleric, which says that whenever you gain life, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Okay. And then after that, for another 5 mana, you become a level 3 Cleric, which says, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and you gain life equal to its toughness. This card looks incredibly slow to me, and I don't think affects the battlefield enough to make you really want it in your draft deck. Like, it's first, like, you need put 5 mana into this just to get the +1/+1 counters first off, and then you need to gain life afterwards and have a creature out to even get that on there. This card does not look very good to me. I would not be excited to play this. Again, I could be super wrong about the life gain thing, and this could be like a complete build around. I don't believe it is, though. It just seems too slow, especially when you're like behind and you're trying to close out games. I'm looking at this and like my first thoughts like D, maybe even D-. I just don't think it's powerful enough. If the cost was like 1 less mana on each level, we would like it more. Yeah, I agree. Because like another really helpful thing on the cleric cast is like the level 3, where it's get a creature from your battlefield back to the creature from the graveyard back to the battlefield, but you're paying a grand total of 1, 4, 5, so 10 total mana just for that to happen. Plus, like the level 3 activation only happens once. I think there are better class cards out there than the cleric ones. Yeah, I'm gonna go with D- on the cleric class, unless you really want to have that life gain build around. Next card is the Cloister Gargoyle. 2/0 white for an artifact creature. That's a 0/4. And when he enters the battlefield, you get to venture into the dungeon. Okay, so there's a first venture into the dungeon card. And it says, as long as you've completed a dungeon, the Cloister Gargoyle gets +3/+0 and flying. So it becomes a 3/4 flyer. I'm still not really into this one. If you need to play like a slower controlling deck, like a 3 mana 0/4, that at least the venture into the dungeon effect could be relevant. But again, it seems like you need a lot of venture cards just to get this Cloister Gargoyle to pay off. So more or less to get this Cloister Gargoyle to a 3/4 flyer, so it becomes a threat, you're not just like playing this one card. You more or less need like 7 cards to make it work. You know what I mean? Not just himself, but a bunch of other cards that also venture into the dungeon. And that seems like it might be too slow and not worth a payoff. If you happen to be having already get a bunch of enter the dungeon effects or venture into the dungeons, it could be slightly better. Like it very well could be. But I just feel like this one, I don't know, it just seems like a lot, you know? The 3-room path has a lot of sack costs. Yeah. So like, again, like you can go for like the faster dungeons, but if you do that, it's still I feel like you're going to be like doing a lot more negative effects to yourself than anything else. I'm not into it. I could be completely underestimating the venture into the dungeon effects or how many cards people will end up drafting that has that effect, but even then, I don't feel like this one is that exciting. Especially at uncommon. I would still give it a D. Maybe D+ if you have a lot of venture. But I'm not into it. Seems rough for an uncommon. Yes, that's how I feel like it. I guess it's uncommon because it has the venture effect and it's the stats and the cost are cheap, but I don't know. Like if I'm going to play a 3-mana card, I'd rather have something that can trade out for stuff right away, you know? I just feel like the cost to get this one up and going is too much. Move on. Next card. Our first rare, Dancing Sword. 1 and a white for an artifact that's equipped creature gets +2/+1. And when the equipped creature dies, you may have Dancing Sword become a 2/1 artifact creature with flying and ward 1. If you do, it's no longer an equipment. And its equip cost is 1. I actually really like this card. I think this is cool. Like, equip 1 to give a creature +2/+1 is honestly solid. 2 mana just to get it out, only 1 mana to equip. Very good. Like, again, like, compare this to just the +2/+2 mace, or +2 mace. This seems way better. Plus, whenever that equipped creature dies, which at some point it probably will, because your opponent's going to want to deal with that equipped creature, I think it'd be worth paying the 1 to get yourself a 2/1 flyer. The ward 1 likely won't end up mattering that much, because by the time that happens, your opponent likely has the mana to deal with it. But I actually really like Dancing Sword. It's not going to be like the biggest bomb in the world, but I like it quite a bit. My first thought for Dancing Sword is B. What is Ward? Ward is an additional cost your opponents must pay to target them with a spell. So like if they like when Lightning Bolt against Dancing Sword, the ward cost is 1, so they need to play 1 mana for the Lightning Bolt, but they need to play 1 extra 1 to get through the ward. That's how you get the choice to turn into a creature. Yeah, I agree. I like that a lot. So like if you know your opponent already has a lot of big beefy flyers that you can't deal with, it's not really worth making into a creature. Yeah, I like Dancing Sword quite a bit. I'd go with B. Next card, Dawnbringer Cleric. This is one of the first modal cards with a lot of flavor text. 1 and a white for a 1/3 human cleric. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1, gain 2 life, destroy target enchantment, or exile target card from a graveyard. It seems alright. Well, a 1/3 for 2 mana isn't the most exciting in the world. I don't know how much you'll ever need to exile a card from a graveyard, because there's only a couple of cards that care about the graveyard or can come back from the graveyard. So the exile effect probably will happen the least. But with all the different class cards out there, the destroy target enchantment card could end up being a little bit more relevant. I actually like the destroy target enchantment part of it the most. And then the gain 2 life, like, sure. I would like it more if it was a 2/2 for 2. I feel like 1/3 is just a bit on the slow side. That's all right. That's another fine card. I wouldn't be displeased sideboarding these in if your opponent's playing a lot of enchantments or auras. I would lean D+ for it. Yeah, D+. Yeah, I do feel like the best option it has is its Dispel Magic ability. That seems the most helpful to me. The other ones don't just seem to be that impactful to really want to worry about them. So we'll go with D+ for Dawnbringer Cleric. Alright, next is the Delver's Torch, another equipment, 1 and a white for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, and whenever equipped creature attacks, venture into the dungeon. With the equip cost being 3. That equip cost is high for only giving +1/+1. I feel like I would need to double check the dungeons to again really see how relevant this one's gonna be. This one could have like a slight build around effect to it if you really want to focus on getting the dungeons out. But I feel like in a game where like you're already behind and losing, this one isn't going to help enough. Especially since with only giving it +1/+1, like there's a good chance like you're just sending a creature out to die. It just kind of seems okay to me. Which again, I could be super wrong about the whole venturing aspect of it, but first look, not great. So I'd give Delver's Torch. My first thought is D, but maybe I kind of want to give it a D+ just in case the venture into the dungeon effect is much better than I'm realizing. I could be super wrong on that. Oh, no problem, Pew Pew, you're dead. I hope you're doing all right. I appreciate you saying hi. Ill specs. It really depends on the dungeon payoffs. Can I find those? All right, here's the different dungeon payoffs. Lost Mine of Fandelver. 1, 2, 3. So only 4 ventures to finish it, and it's what? Scry 1. You might be able to get a treasure token. Give a creature -4/-. Oh no! Each opponent loses life. You gain 1 life. No. Put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature. I guess if you did the Goblin's Lair first, that's something. And at the end, you draw a card. This is the easiest dungeon, and it's not the most exciting. And then there's the hard ones. Dungeon of the Mad Mage has a lot in there. To finish the dungeon, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? I mean, it's got a strong payoff. There's a lot of scry. Target creature can't attack until your next turn. Make treasure. Scry again. Exile a top 2, you may play them. Okay, so there's a bit of card advantage in there. Card advantage versus making 2 1/1 skeletons. Tomb of Annihilation. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the fastest it takes to complete any dungeon is 4. Oh no, you can do 3. 1, 2, 3 if you do this. But you go, each player loses a life, discard a card, and sacrifice an artifact, a creature, and a land? That's a steep cost. You're giving yourself, man, a like huge card disadvantage. But if you make it to the end, you make a 4/4 black creature token with Death Touch. That's okay. Otherwise, their option is each player loses 2 life unless they discard a card. Each player loses 2 life unless they sacrifice an artifact, creature, or land. Okay. So it's either discard cards or pay some life just to get a 4/4? Don't remember how many bounce effects there are in this set. It looks like Dungeon of the Mad Mage is probably end up going to be the most worthwhile one to go through, but okay, well, there's your answer for the venture and the dungeon effects. Yeah, I'm going to go with D for Delvers. Again, it'll depend on the speed on the format and how quickly you can actually venture in and get those payoffs. My first thought is, won't be great. That card, Devoted Paladin. 4 and a white for 4/4 Orc Knight. That says, when enter the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn. Yep, that's a card. That's just a D. Filler card. Usually you want your 5 mana slot cards to be a little bit more impactful than that. I don't know if you can go quite wide enough that suddenly giving everything +1/+1 at sorcery speed and then attacking is going to be all that great. But that should be alright. Next card is Dragon's Disciple. 1 and a white for a 1/3 human monk. As Dragon Disciple enters the battlefield, you may reveal a dragon card from your hand. If you do, or if you control a dragon, Dragon's Disciple enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it, and dragons you control have Ward 1. That's a lot. I believe all the dragons in this set are either rare or mythic rare. So it's not exactly a build-around card for a lot of dragons. It could end up being cool and constructed. Maybe. Are there uncommon dragons? Okay. Still uncommon. You're still requiring other uncommons to make this get the extra effect. But it seems like, for the most part, you're going to have a 2-mana 1/3. And like between that or even just like the common cleric, I'd rather have the common cleric. And if you do have a dragon, a 2-mana 2/4, I guess is okay. It's still a weirdly defensive card. Like I almost wish this was like a 2/1 that becomes a 3/2, but well, do I want that? I don't know. Kind of weird. It's not even that great as a build around either, because you need other uncommons and the payoff for it isn't that exciting. So Dragon's Disciple gets another D from me. It's been a lot of D's so far. Next card is Dwarfhold Champion. 1 and a white for 3/1 Dwarf Warrior. As long as Dwarfhold Champion is equipped, it gets +0/+2. I actually like this one a little bit more. I think there is enough equipment in this set that equipping this up is relevant, especially since there are a lot of gold archetype cards that's around getting equipment and getting your dudes equipped up. So I actually don't hate this. It trades up nicely. It can't be that aggressive until you have equipment though, because it, you know, it'll get stopped by whatever 1/1. But I think Dwarfhold Champion's actually alright. I'd give it a C-. Just because the 3 power helps it. If you happen to get some swings in there, awesome. Otherwise, you got a great blocker until you get an equipment on there to make it even beefier. Because again, even just the torch on it makes this go from a 3/1 with the torch up to a 4/4. I don't hate that. Yeah, C- for Dwarfhold Champion. Next card, it's a rare. It's a Flumph. 1 and a white for a 0/4 defender with flying. And then whenever Flumph is dealt damage, you and target opponent each draw a card. Reminds me of Howling Golem from Dominaria. I can never tell if I actually like these effects or not. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Looks like a lot of the white cards that I'm seeing so far seem to be very defensive. Like it's a lot of low power, high toughness. I don't know. Flop just kind of seems okay. For a rare card, I'm not super excited to take it. And it has defender, so you can like sneakily make it into an attacker with equipment or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. Flumph. My first thought was like maybe D+, C- at best. Just because of that draw card effect. I don't like that your opponent also gets to draw. Yeah, I don't know. I'm low on this one. It just seems like if I need something else to fill the 2 mana spot, because it's not really helping like any particular deck, you know. The counterpoint, you get to say Flump. Fair. Flump is fun to say, and everyone loves Flumps. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like D, maybe D- for Flump. Just does not seem like a very good rare. Next is the Gloomstalker. 2 and a white for a 2/3 Dwarf Ranger. As long as you've completed a dungeon, Gloomstalker has double strike. Okay. I don't hate that. This is like one of the better defensive white cards we've seen so far because it can at least block 1, 2, and 3 drops. And then as soon as you complete a dungeon, it becomes a legitimate threat. Like a 2/3 double strike is not nothing. He's one of the better guys. Again, requires you to complete a dungeon, which for the most part is probably going to take 4 ventures. The most reasonably costed dungeon is going to be 4 ventures. Double strike is dealing damage twice. Yeah, you first strike him, and then you strike again. Yeah, he seems a little bit on the better side. I would give Gloomstalker C-. He's one of the better defensive cards, and as soon as if you happen to complete a dungeon, then he's like an actual threat. I like that. Yeah, C- for Gloomstalker. So there's 2 block opportunities to double strike. Yeah, same thing. If you block a creature, you would deal your power and damage to the creature you're blocking twice. It does not apply to fight, right? Fights or bites does not apply. C-. Next rare card, Guardian of Faith. 1 white for 3/2 Spirit Knight with Flash, Vigilance, and when the Guardian of Faith enters the battlefield, any number of other target creatures you control phase out. I think this card's excellent. A 3 mana 3/2 is right where you want it. Plus it has Flash, allowing you to suddenly put that in at the end step to get another attacker in there. And being able to phase out any of the other creatures allows you to protect them from removal spells, board wipes, or surprise attacks or blocks. I actually really like Guardian of Faith. My first thought is B+. I don't think it's quite A-. Like, it's not quite I win the game bomb like an A, but this is a very good card. I would give B+ for Guardian of Faith. It just also has Vigilance, because why not? Again, D&D flavor-wise, I get it. You guys familiar with that spell? Guardian of Faith? I like that. Yeah. B+ for Guardian of the Faith. Next card is the Half-Elf Monk. 3 and a white for a Human Elf Monk. It's a 1/4 Vigilance with 1 and a white to tap target creature. Solid. I actually like the tap effect because it allows you to take down the biggest attacker and defend yourself. Or if you get to the point where they have too big of a defender and you want to get attacks in, you can use the Half-Elf Monk to also get in there. Which great is also has Vigilance, so you can actually attack the Half-Elf Monk first and then tap target creature. It's only a 1/4, but with enough equipment, getting that power up could actually help it get in there. Half-Elf Monk, I think, is going to play better than people give it credit for or how it looks. Not amazing, but it's got some utility in there. So, Half-Elf Monk C- is my thought. I feel like the stats are just where it wants to be. It does look like a lot of white cards are leaning more towards the defensive side. The monk wants some equipment. Oh, I agree. Yeah, any kind of equipment on there that gets it just a little bit more power. And then it's like a pretty good threat to force your opponent into bad blocks. Next card is our first mythic. Icing Death, the Frost Tyrant. 2 white for a 4/3 legendary dragon. With flying and vigilance. So 4/3 flying vigilance for 4. Already amazing. Very good. And it has, when Icing Death the Frost Tyrant dies, create Icing Death Frost Tongue, a legendary white equipment artifact that says equipped creature gets +2/+0, and whenever equipped creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls with an equip cost of 2. That's a good fucking card. That's a very good card. Even without being able to create the equipment after Icing Death dies, 4/3 Flying Vigilance for 4 is already super good. But the fact that once this gets dealt with and dies, you still have a very powerful equipment to make any one of your other creatures a very real threat. I actually really like Icing Death. I think Icing Death is an A. I'd play for the creature alone. I think there's enough... other effects that or other cards out there that equipment's gonna be good on someone. I really like Icing Death. A. With Guardian of Faith, if you have a card that's pacified with like Water Knot or whatever, and you phase them out, do the enchantments leave? I don't think so. I believe the auras and enchantments stay on, right? Exiling doesn't count as death. Right, Timidar. So in order to make sure the sword doesn't appear, they need to exile Icing Death. Yeah, phase takes everything attached with them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it does not get rid of auras or anything like that. Next card, Ingenious Smith. 1 and a white for a 1/1 human artificer at uncommon. That says, when Ingenious Smith enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. And then whenever 1 or more artifacts enter the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Ingenious Smith. This ability triggers only once each turn. That's not bad. Again, there's a lot of relevant equipment that could make Ingenious Smith at least get you some kind of card advantage. The +1/+1 counters isn't as relevant. Maybe there is just like a big white artifact synergy deck that I am missing. But this actually seems all right. Again, like I said earlier, I think there's enough artifacts and enough equipment cards that you'll probably have a couple in your deck. So this makes me think Ingenious Smith might be a C. The way phasing was explained to you is just think about putting up a bowl over your card. Yeah, that's the best way. Nothing else changes, just those don't exist for now. We'll get back to it. Yeah, David, so there are ways of getting rid of a creature that isn't just killing it. Yeah, I think Ingenious Smith is going to be actually solid. I would give a C for that. Mostly for the find an artifact card. The +1/+1 counter thing is whatever. But yeah, there you go. Moving on. Next card. The Keen-Eared Sentry. 1 and a white for 2/1 human soldier that says you have hexproof. And each opponent can't venture into the dungeon more than once each turn. Oh, okay. That's probably going to end up being more relevant, because I think a lot of people are going to want to build like Venture into the Dungeon decks. And that being able to slow it down seems good. I don't know how many effects or spells are in this set that targets a player or an opponent. Hold on. Would that get around some of the Venture into Dungeon effects? Each player, no. Is there a target player effect anywhere in here? Each opponent, no. Nah, it does not. Okay. It does say each and not target. White seems kind of slow so far. I agree. At least at the just white level. That's a huge card for construction. Yeah, I think just having you have hexproof is pretty good. Yeah, Keener Sentry, my first thought was a C-. 2 mana, 2-1, it's okay. You having hexproof might end up being relevant. I could see it being a much more viable sideboard card if you're playing against an opponent who's doing a lot of venturing into the dungeon, though. But it's one of the better cards, especially for its mana cost and stats. Next card is the Minimus Containment. 2 and a white for an aura. Enchant non-land permanent. And it says the enchanted permanent is a treasure artifact. Make it into a treasure card. So it can sack itself for a mana and loses all other abilities. What's very interesting with this card is that it's non-land permanent, which means you can hit something that's not a creature. So you could contain their class enchantment card. You could contain one of their artifact equipments. What was the rating for Sentry? C-. But this is like a sort of a pacify effect, which we've seen before. Though it does give the opponent a treasure artifact, which could help them hit for fixing or help ramp them. It is the first removal spell we've seen so far. I'm not excited about giving the opponent a treasure token, but I do like that it hits more than just creatures. My first thought was C-, just because sometimes you just kind of need to contain something. Plus, if someone containment fields one of your things, you can containment field their containment field, which is funny. But I do like it hits pretty much everything, so yeah, C- for Minimus Containment. Next card, Moonblessed Cleric. 2 and a white for a 3/2 human elf cleric that says when it enters the battlefield, search your library for an enchantment card, reveal it, shuffle it, put that card on top. Oh. It doesn't even go into your hand? Yeah. Oh, what's up, Nerd Girl? Shout out to MTG Nerd Girl, by the way. If you guys are in the mood or ever want to see any more Magic the Gathering stuff, definitely check out NG's stuff. Deserves all the love and support. We're not really winning. We're going through this set review list because the goddamn set comes out Thursday. But I don't even think they revealed all the cards left.
Sweet.
And I'm busy next couple days, so we're just reviewing what's here. Ace Accelerate, thanks for that Twitch Prime resub. Moonblessed Cleric. Less excited about it. The stats are fine. I wish the enchantment would go into your hand rather than on top, though. Because, like, your opponent's going to know what you're going to draw. And it doesn't really give you full card advantage. But if you have a relevant enchantment, you need to get, like, maybe a containment field. I guess. I'd probably lean C- for the Moonblessed Cleric. I'm not as excited about that. Again, I could be completely wrong because the format is so slow that a lot of these effects are that much better, but I'm leaning C- for that. Hey, DB, thanks 100 bits. It's how screw with how they're doing in previews and set reviews. Yeah. You know what I think the problem is? I think the problem is that Wizards just doesn't release enough Magic cards every year. I wish there were more Magic cards. You know, like what if we just had some more sets in between all the sets? Or there better be 8 new secret layers by the time I'm done doing this review. Pre-release the 16th? Yes. Pre-release is not this weekend, but the next. But this set comes out on Arena on Thursday. Oh, can we go back to making the pre-release event the actual pre-release event too, while we're at it? I think it would be cool that the first time anyone plays with cards is at the pre-release events and not play it on Arena for an entire fucking week beforehand to know it's already good and how to build when you go to a pre-release event. The whole point of the pre-release event is that no one's played with these cards before and everyone's on the same equal level. But now we got a whole week of goddamn practice before we go do one of the most casual of events. Sorry, soapbox moment. But that would support keeping paper products around. Yeah, we can't have that! Anyway. Next card, Nadar Selfless Paladin, another rare. 2 and a white for a 3/3 legendary Dragonite with Vigilance. Alright, solid. Whenever he attacks... Oh, I'm sorry. Whenever he enters the battlefield or attacks, venture into the dungeon. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 as long as you've completed a dungeon. That's very good. That's very, very good. I actually really like him. So the fact that you get a 3/3 for 3 with Vigilance, you already get a venture effect as soon as he enters the battlefield, and a single swing with him gets you another one. I like that quite a bit. Damn. My first thought was like easily an A- for this guy. Well, maybe B+. Let's go B+. I'll go B+. Very good. I don't think like when he comes out, he's not gonna like destroy everyone and like win you the game immediately, but he's very good. I like him a lot though. I'd be happy first picking him. I like that a lot. B+ for Nadar. Do you pick a dungeon at the start of the match? By my understanding, it's whenever you venture into the dungeon, you pick which dungeon you want to venture into. This with the torch? I mean, yeah, that'd be a lot of venturing. It's kind of a win more effect. But just on the card on his own, I like quite a bit. Next card. Oswald Fiddlebender? 1 and a white for 2/2 Gnome Artificer, legendary, who has pay 1 white and tap, sacrifice an artifact, search your library for an artifact card with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrifice artifact's mana value, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle at sorcery speed. So it's kind of like a, what's that old Simic card? Birthing Pod, but for artifacts? I'm not into it. It's not really a tutor because you have to sacrifice an artifact and you can only find another artifact that's mana value of that artifact +1. I think it's just going to be a 2/2 for 2. He'll probably be better for stuff like Commander or any other constructed format, but I'm not great here. But he is still a 2/2 for 2, so D. Just a D for him. Next card is Paladin class, our second class card. For 1 white, it comes out, and at level 1, it's spells your opponent cast during your turn cost 1 more to cast. Okay. Sure. For 3 more mana at level 2, creatures you control get +1/+1. Alright, and then for 5 mana after that, at level 3, whenever you attack, until end of turn, target attacking creature gets +1/+1 for each other attacking creature and gains double strike. The level 3 part kind of seems like a win more effect. Because all of your creatures already get +1/+1, and then an attacking creature gets even bigger if you got a lot more attack and stuff. I kind of like its level 1 and level 2 effect more, especially for the cost of it. I like it more than the Cleric one. That said, I wouldn't be that stoked to first pick this over other cards. Because again, like, from a limited standpoint when drafting, this isn't gonna, like, help defend you when you're already way behind. B-? No. I'm much lower on that. I'm like maybe D+. Because if you're, again, like the most ideal situation is you have this card out on like turn 1 or 2. And if you manage to do that, yeah, then that's very helpful because you're going to be slowing down your opponent's instant speed stuff quite a bit. But another thing to imagine is it's turn 9. Your opponent has a 3-2 and a 3-3 out. And all you have is like a 1-4 and they're just beating in. And you're out of cards in your hand. And then you draw a Paladin class. Really, what's that going to do for you? Like, you need another creature, something that affects the board a bit more. So I'm not huge into the Paladin class card. I'd say D+. Oh, what's up, Nilecast? Think they'll have a Terrask? They do have a Terrask in this set. And he sucks. We'll get to that. By the way, for those of you just joining us, we are currently reviewing every single card. Not every single card. Most of the cards. In the D&D Magic set. Also, DB, thank you for the 100 bits earlier, in case I missed that. Next card, Paladin Shield. Another artifact equipment in white. 1 and a white with flash. When you enter the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +0, +2, and equip cost 3. This is one of the better cards. One of the better equipments, I should say. The fact that it has flash and you can attach it immediately helps it a lot. That gets you around a lot of the equip cost. That said, you're only really giving a creature more toughness, so it's not like super crazy exciting. But with there are a lot of other white cards that care about being equipped, like that 3/1 dwarf. Equipping that guy up with this makes him into a sudden 3/5. That's not bad. I like the flash effect helps it a lot, but you're only getting toughness out of it. On top of it, so you kind of have like a pseudo combat trick that helps protect your creature and then sticks around. I'll go C-. I'll go C- instead of D+, only because I've seen enough white creatures care about equipment or being equipped that I think it's going to be a little bit better. So Paladin Shield, C-. By the way, if any of you disagree or have other things to bring up, feel free to let me know. That's why we're here, right? Just to discuss it. Plus, I also think one of the things you can do to get better at drafting or playing limited is to just do set reviews on your own. Like, you yourself need to look at a card and be able to determine, is this good or not? I think it's an important skill to have. So, another reason why I'm doing this is because it's also for me. Next card is Planar Ally. 3 white for a 3/3 flying. Whenever Planar Ally attacks, venture into the dungeon. Man, I wish I'd almost rather it just be enter the battlefield, venture into the dungeon, rather than whenever it attacks. This card's a bit too expensive than what I like. I'd almost rather have a 4-mana 2/2 flyer with the same thing. But maybe this is better than I think, because a lot of the other white creatures we've seen had higher toughness. So maybe you can just kind of clog up the ground game and then have a relevant flyer that ventures in the dungeon with each attack. It could be a little bit better than I realize. But for how much it costs and the stats it comes with, I don't think it's great. I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt because of the venture in the dungeon effect, though, so I'll give Planar Ally a D+. Yeah, D+. I think there are better 5-mana cards you can play, but if you end up having to go with this one, at least you get the venture effects, possibly. D+ for Planar Ally. Use 3/3 trades acceptably in this set. I mean, it's flying. I haven't seen a whole lot of flying cards. There's been a lot of high toughness stuff in white. If Planar Ally and Dragonite both attacked you, venture the dungeon twice, or just only once, it's for each card. So you would get 2 venture effects. Next card, Portable Hole. An artifact for 1 white. Enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls with mana value 2 or less until Portable Hole leaves the battlefield. That seems alright. If it hits any kind of token, that token is just gone forever, which is excellent. We have seen, there is like that Dungeon of the Mad Mage, or no, the Tomb of Annihilation one, right? Where it gets you that 4/4 Death Touch creature token. Portable Hole takes care of that. It seems okay. Not really like a premium removal spell. I remember there being a lot of other cards that do make other tokens. Like, I think black has a lot of generate skeleton tokens. Red's got a lot of make goblin tokens. Yeah, maybe this one could be okay. The best way you can use it is to hit creature tokens and not just the class cards or other creatures, because if this gets destroyed, they can come back. Right, Metal Corpus Man. Tokens count as 0 cost mana permanents. I guess D+ for Portable Hole. Maybe it's a little bit better than that. I could be wrong. Yeah, either D+, maybe C-, depending on the format. Next card is Potion of Healing. 1 and a white for an artifact that says, when Potion of Healing enters the battlefield, draw a card. And then pay 1 white, tap it, sacrifice it, gain 3 life. Oh, okay, so it's Healing Cell for a little bit more, and you get to draw a card on top of it. This just does not do enough to really make it worthwhile. Even if you had a lot of the unicorns that get you +1/+1 counters anytime you gain life, you're essentially paying a total of 3 mana to gain 3 life and draw a card. That's slower, worse, revitalize. It's not very good. Unless you have a lot of life gain payoffs, but I don't believe there's enough. So D- for Potion of Healing. D-. Next card is Rally Maneuver, 2 and a white. Instant. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Another target creature gets +0/+2 and gains lifelink until end of turn. I actually think this is really cool for combat trick. I like that. Something getting +2/+0 in first strike, for the most part, guarantees it taking out and winning a combat against another blocker, or even an attacker in that sense. I actually kind of like this. I think this kind of gives you favorable attacks and blocks. The important thing to note that it says up to one other target creature, so one creature cannot get first strike and lifelink. I think it's a little bit better for one of the combat tricks. It seems like white has a lot of go wide stuff in here, so this could end up something that plays out better than I think. My first thought is C-, possibly a C if you can go wide enough. Yeah, C- to C range. Next card is a Ranger's Hawk. A 1/1 flying for 1. And you can pay 3, tap another untapped creature you control, venture into the dungeon, but activate only as a sorcery. I actually think that seems good. We've seen with Kaldheim that a 1/1 flyer for 1, especially with how much equipment is in this set, can end up being quite the threat. I feel like that's going to be secret archetype. Like if you want to be your typical Boros or white aggro, get as many Rangers Hawks as you can. Give this bitch a torch, or dancing sword, or the +2/+2 mace, or whatever. And suddenly you got something that can fly in and hit the opponent quite often. Yeah, the adventure part I'm not as excited about, but I think just having a 1/1 flying for 1 with as much equipment as in the set could make him pretty good. Yeah, C- for Ranger's Hawk. C- for that. Next is Teleportation Circle. A 3 and a white rare enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, exile up to 1 target artifact or creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Okay, so you get like an ephemerate effect at your end step with Teleportation Circle. That seems too slow. I haven't seen a whole lot of cheap. I haven't seen a lot of lower cost cards that would come out where their enter the battlefield effects are so good. That'd be exciting about curbing out with this and then blinking them a lot. It's another one of those cards where it's once you gain to 4 mana, you want something that's going to affect the battlefield a bit more than blinking your own stuff. Like you want a relevant creature, or you want some kind of spell that affects your opponent's stuff more than just blinking your own. It could help you venture. But it just kind of seems okay. I'm leaning a D for Teleportation Circle. I just feel like it's going to be too slow and not impactful enough for its cost. Time to blink out that healing potion. Combo. Avian the Assassin. Thanks for the resub. Yeah, I'm going to go with D with that. The next card is a Veteran Dungeoneer. 3 and a white for a 3/4 human warrior that says when he enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. Okay. I actually like this card a bit more. You get to venture right away. The stats as a 3/4 makes it an excellent blocker and can trade out for a lot more creatures that way. Like, this can block favorably against 1-drops, 2-drops, 3-drops, and most 4-drops. Like a 3/4 is usually better than a 4/3. Not bad. C-. For just another common creature with relevant stats, C-. It'd be a D+, but that venture in the dungeon helps it a little bit. Yeah, C-. Wouldn't be upset about it. You hear something on Watch is the next card. 1 and a white instant that says creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, or this spell deals 5 damage to target attacking creature. I like these modal cards a lot. I think that's probably going to be one of the more interesting things when it comes to drafting this set, is that so many cards allow you to make multiple decisions. And I think that's interesting. It's like a Gideon's Reproach, but also helps you if you're going wide or doing a go wide attack. Yeah, it looks solid. I would give it a C. Raise the skill level of drafts also? Yeah. All about high skill level play. It's not quite unconditional removal, because it's only 5 damage to an attacking creature, though. Is C too high? I only thought I liked C just because of its options. Maybe either C or C-. My first thought is C, but I could be overvaluing it. You'd put it at a C? Okay. C-. Yeah, it's somewhere in that range. It's a combat trick no matter the mode. Fair. Speaking of combat tricks, next white card. You're ambushed on the road. An instant for 1 white. Return target creature you control to its owner's hand, or target creature gets +1/+3 until end of turn. Kind of the same thing, combat trick that can help you survive an attack. Or if one of your high value creatures is getting targeted by a spell, you can then bring it back to your hand to protect them. For 1 white mana, I like that. I think I actually like the return a card you control to its owner's hand a bit more than the fight part. Especially because anything that can venture in the dungeon, being able to play it again could be really good. Yeah, it seems okay. That's like another C, C- card. Probably C-. I like it. Hey, Evil Guy, thanks for the resub. What do you think of the new white card, Book of Exalted Deeds, if I've seen it? Was that spoiled today? Oh, hold on. Yeah, Book of Exalted Deeds. White for a legendary artifact, a mythic. At the beginning of your end step, if you've gained 3 more life this turn, create a 3/3 white angel creature token with flying. White, tap. Exile the Book of Exalted Deeds. Put an enlightened counter on a target angel. It gains you can't lose the game, and your opponents can't win the game. Activate only as a sorcery. That could be a fun build-around card. I think there's enough white life gain stuff that if you pack one, pick one, a Book of Exalted Deeds, I actually think that could be a really fun build-around. I would do that. That's like a build-around B. Yeah, build around B for Book of Exalted Deeds. I would do it. There's also a white Planeswalker. Oh, the Bahamut card. Yeah, let me pull him up. This is another white card that was spoiled today. Grandmaster of Flowers. 2 white for a Planeswalker that says, as long as Grandmaster of Flowers has 7 or more loyalty counters on him, he's a 7/7 dragon god with flying and indestructible. And he's got 2 modes. +1, target creature without first strike, double strike, or vigilance can't attack or block until your next turn. Or +1, search your library and or graveyard for a card named Monk of the Open Hand, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle your library. And then the Monk of the Open Hand was the 1/1 creature for 1, where anytime you cast your second spell, it gets a +1/+1 counter. For Planeswalker, it's not horribly exciting. I'd say like B-. I mean, I like that it can maybe even C+. Just because it can +1 to make a creature unable to attack or block. But there's like stipulations to that I don't like. Yeah, B-, maybe C+, but I'm kind of leaning C+. I don't think he's very good. Again, usually you just want your Planeswalker cards to, 1, be able to protect themselves, no problem. But also just seem a bit more impactful than that. I think he's just kind of okay. There are better uncommons to first pick? Yeah, exactly, Cloud Blazer. I've seen plenty other rares or uncommons I'd rather pick over them. Again, he's not quite like D level because if he starts plussing at all, he is enough of like a lightning rod that your opponent's going to see that and be like, I have to destroy that before it becomes a 7/7 goddamn Dargon. He's just not great. Especially since the creature that he finds isn't awesome and the creature he finds is also uncommon. So the likelihood of your deck drafting a bunch of those is still pretty low. Yeah, I'm gonna go C+ on the Bahamut guy. C+. Let's move on to blue. The good colors. First up, Air Cult Elemental. 4 blue, 6 mana for 2/5 flying elemental. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. That just seems way too expensive. Like 6 mana for a bounce effect? And again, a weirdly like high toughness flyer. If there's like a 6 mana 4/3 flyer with a bounce effect, I would like it more, but it just seems... I don't quite know what they're going for here. I'm not into it. It's D. If I'm paying 6 mana for something, it better be fucking better than 2 power. Yeah, I'm gonna go with D. Not that great. Next card is the Arcane Investigator. 1 in a blue for a 2/1 elf wizard who has Search the Room. Pay 5 in a blue, 6 mana to roll a d20. Our first roll a d20 card we've seen. 1 through 9, draw a card. 10 through 20, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand, and rest onto the bottom. So for the most part, you're paying 2 mana for a 2/1. That 6 mana is steep. Yeah, draw a card, chance to brainstorm. I like the brainstorm effect of it a lot. And again, it's too hard to judge the speed of the format yet. I feel like the speed of the format is going to be too fast. Like, so many people are going to want to build decks around stuff like Arcane Investigator or build around trying to venture into the dungeon a lot. And I feel like people are going to draft their decks in such a way that's much more aggressive so that people just don't get those paid off. It looks like a D- to me. I could be super wrong. And maybe you do have time to just draw another card as like a huge like emergency backup plan. Yeah, D- for Arcane Investigator. Next card is Bar the Gate. 2 to blue, an instant. Counter target creature or planeswalker spell. Venture into the dungeon. Okay. That's okay. The venture part could be good. I feel like counter spells have becoming slightly better and more relevant in limited, because before they used to be just like not worth it at all. That seems fine. I'd give like a C- for Bar the Gate. It'd be nice to have that kind of control and get that extra venture in there. But again, for the most part, a lot of the venture effects aren't so amazing that this card's like you want to windmill slam as much as you can, especially at 3 mana. I don't hate it though. Yeah, good C-. Next card is the Blackstaff of Waterdeep, a legendary artifact for only 1 blue mana. You may choose to not untap the Blackstaff during your untap step, because for 1 in the blue, tap the Blackstaff. Another target non-token artifact you control becomes a 4/4 artifact creature for as long as the Blackstaff is tapped. I love the animate artifact effects. How good is that going to be in draft, though? This could be a fun build around. Like, if you pack one, pick one this, and you just focus on nothing but artifacts, I would give it like a build around B-. This is not a card that goes in any blue deck, though. It's a build around card for sure. A fun build around card, and I want to do it. Like, as soon as Forgotten Realms comes out on Arena, I want to make like a Blackstaff deck with a bunch of artifacts I'm just animating because that'd be funny. Yeah, build around B- for Blackstaff of Waterdeep. The danger being that if someone gets rid of the Blackstaff or destroys it or bounces it or whatever, well then your 4/4 creature's now gone. If you use this on, say, the Dancing Sword when it's a 2/1 flying artifact, does it override it? Well, the 2/1 flying artifact, after it dies, becomes a 2/1 artifact. Or, sorry, 2/1 token, and this can only target non-token things. So you can make the 2/1 Dancing Sword equipment into a 4/4 creature, but not the Dancing Sword creature token into a bigger creature. I think I explained that okay. Build around B-. Moving on. Charmed Sleep. 1 blue for an aura. When it's the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature does not untap during its controller's untap step. We've seen plenty of this effect before. I like how they had to change the name of it to Charmed Sleep, though, because we've already had the sleep card, and they had to change the effect of it. Kenny Nader, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I really appreciate it. My first brand new baby sub of the day. Thank you so much. Charm Sleep is an easy C. This kind of card in blue that just taps down a creature and makes him not untap. We've seen so many times. More than happy having at least one of these in my deck. C for Charm Sleep. Next card is Clever Conjurer, 2 and a blue for a 2/3 gnome wizard. And you can tap Clever Conjurer to untap target permanent not named Clever Conjurer at sorcery speed. Interesting. So it can give you pseudo ramp like a Kelpie guide. I like that it's a 2/3, not a 2/2. It also allows you to attack with one of your larger creatures, and then use the Conjurer to untap it, so you still have a relevant blocker. It seems okay. I don't hate it. C minus. I like that it's a 2/3, not just a 2/2. I'm surprised it's a 2/3, to be honest. I'll go C minus with them. Just for that pseudo ramp, and it helps you wake up if someone sleeps one of your creatures. Yeah, C minus. Next card is Contact the Other Plane. This is the one that I talked about earlier, which is 3 and a blue for an instant, where you roll a d20, and you either draw 2 cards, scry 2, draw 2, or scry 3, draw 3. This is what I was talking about with the d20 roll cards. It's never just like a yes or no effect. Coin flip like the Pokemon card game. It's always, this card works yes, but depending on how well you roll the d20, it's how much yes. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to draw cards no matter what, but the better you roll, the better your card advantage is going to be. So, on its own, a 4-mana instant speed draw 2, that's already pretty good. And it just has a small chance of being slightly better than that. I wouldn't hate having this in my deck by any means, because I'm a blue player and I like drawing cards. Yeah, it's good. See? Sometimes you draw 2, sometimes you get something better than that. I think it's an easy C. Our first blue mythic, Demilich. Blue, 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 blue. For a 4/3 skeleton wizard. However, it costs 1 blue less for each instant and sorcery spell you've cast this turn. And then whenever Demilich attacks, exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast the copy. And you may cast Demilich from your graveyard by exiling 4 instant or sorcery cards from your graveyard in addition to paying its other costs. So if you want to cast it from the graveyard, you gotta exile 4 instants and sorceries and pay blue, 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 blue. So it costing 1 blue less for each instant or sorcery you've cast this turn, I don't believe is going to end up being that relevant in draft. Because if you're casting other instants or sorceries, really, it's not going to become like that much cheaper or easier to cast. That's a lot of blue. I do wonder if monocolor decks are going to be viable in this set. What do you want to probably just cast 1, then cast it for blue, blue, blue? I mean, still, triple blue is not the easiest thing to cast in the world. Because you're still paying 5 mana for a 4/3. I can't tell if I like it or not. I'm not even sure if this is like a great build-around card. I could see this being really funny and constructed. Like, if you just played a bunch of, like, cantrippy cards and then got the Demi-Lich out for, like, cheaper, that could be funny. I just feel like it's asking a lot for what it wants. I don't even know, like, I don't even know if you can reliably make this a build around in limited. I might be super wrong on that though. I just think it's going to be like too hard, too clunky to actually cast. And then the payoff isn't that exciting because like when it copies an instant or sorcery from your graveyard, it's not a free copy. You still have to pay for the copy. So you also need instants and sorceries in your graveyard to make him that much better. Is he an F? Is he a limited F? Like, I would say maybe build around like B, but I don't even think the build around is that good. I think this just got too many stipulations. It's too tough to get out, and the payoffs aren't worth it. I think Demi-Lich might be an F. This is a fascinating card to me. I think what I like about this is there's a lot of conversation to have happen here, but I don't think it's... Discuss with me, chat. My thought is F. Art's cool. Art is cool. I agree. I think it's just a constructed card. What are we looking at again? We're looking at the Demi-Lich. If mono blue is viable in the set, then he'll be awesome. I doubt it though. I think it's just a constructed card only. I'm gonna go with F. Even like a build around is gonna be too tough. I think it's an F. Yeah, again, we're talking from like a strictly limited mindset. And I don't think it's good enough. I'd be fascinated to see if anyone attempts it though. Just because I want to see. But I don't think it's going to work. Real quick side note. This song right now, Kokiri Forest. The band played this song on the Stephen Colbert show just like a few days ago. That was weird. Anywho. Next card. Displacer Beast. That's one of my favorite D&D monsters. 2 and a blue for a 3/2. Alright, solid. When he enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. Good. And he's got 3 and a blue. Return Displacer Beast to its owner's hand. I like him. I like Displacer Beast a lot. I mean, I think Displacer Beast is one of the cooler D&D creatures, full stop. And flavor-wise, I think they did a good job of making it work in Magic. I like them. C+. I'd be more than happy playing a Displacer Beast. For a 3 mana, C+. Demands a bit of mana. Well, I don't believe like the way you want to play this is like, I'm going to keep bringing him back to my hand to keep playing him. It's more that he is a 3/2 3/2 creature for 3 mana with upside, ventured in the dungeon. That can give you better chump block options. It can protect himself if you want to bounce it and get it back out there. I like him. I think he's a C+. He's not like so good that like I'm gonna cut all blue cards afterwards. But I like him. C+. Next card, Ginny Winseer. 3 and a blue for a 3/3 flyer. When he enters the battlefield, roll a d20. And depending on how well you roll on d20, you get to scry 1, 2, or 3. Mana cost wise, I actually like this Windseer more than some of the other flying creatures we saw, like that Air Cult Elemental, or even that white creature that was like a 5 mana 3/3. I like that it has a bit more toughness than your typical Drake. I think it's fine. I would give it a C for it. What is the what's the Drake? That's normally like it's like normally a 3 no blue for a 3/2 flying Drake. And Windseer just has like a bit more toughness than that. Just like a remembering that right? Yeah. Yeah, Windrake. Go look at Windrake again. Oh, Windrake's 3 mana 2/2 flyer. Never mind. Whatever. I like it. Yeah, see. I'll be fine with it. Next card's a rare Dragon Turtle. Snapping Drake, is that it? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, I was thinking of Snapping Drake. It's just a better Snapping Drake. Alright. Dragon Turtle, 1 blue for a 3/5 with flash. Damn. That's really good. And it has, when Dragon Turtle enters the battlefield, tap it and up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. They don't untap during their controller's next untap steps. Okay, well, there's the stipulation. A 3 mana 3/5 is awesome. But it also untaps, you tap an opponent's creature and the Dragon Turtle itself, and neither one of them untap during your next untap step. You know, the flavor being that the Dragon Turtle has them both pulled underwater. I still like it, though. We saw the mage earlier that untaps a creature. Yeah, I mean, there's that at sorcery speed. But for 1 blue, like, that's a lot of power and toughness. I wouldn't be unhappy playing it. I think it's a B. Isn't this just better than the sleep card? Not exactly, Loud Terry, because the sleep card keeps them tapped forever. But the Dragon Turtle makes it so that they only skip 1 turn of untap. At some point, they come back. The flash helps a lot. Oh, absolutely. If this didn't have flash, I'd be less excited, but the fact that it has flash is great, because then you can stop an attack from your opponent, buy yourself some time, then you get a big butt to help block with. I think it's a B. Next card is Eccentric Apprentice. 2 and a blue for 2/2 Tiefling Wizard. Our first Tiefling. Did they separate all the different races into different colors? Like Tieflings are going to be blue and black? I've not been paying enough attention. The Eccentric Apprentice is a 2/2 flying. When he enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. Okay. So far, better than a Windrake. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've completed a dungeon, up to 1 target creature becomes a bird with base power and toughness, 1/1, and flying until end of turn. Okay. I like that. I like it's just base stats alone. Another 2/2 flyer for 3, but also has the venture in the dungeon, enter the battlefield effect. I like that it's up to 1 creature if you completed a dungeon, because then you can make it so your opponent can't block a flyer, or if there are no other blockers and you don't ping one of your own creatures into a bird. It actually seems solid. I like it. I'd probably say C+. If they're saying true to D&D, no race should be pigeonholed. I would imagine that'd be the case. Like, it would be better if not a single race was tied to a single color. I don't know, but D&D is also just like, no race is gonna have racial features anymore at all, anywhere. We're getting rid of racial traits. So whatever. C+ for the Apprentice. Next card, Feywild Trickster. 2 blue for a 2/2. Whenever you roll 1 or more dice, create a 1/1 blue fairy dragon creature token with flying. Getting rid of racial traits kind of gets rid of having different races. What's the point? Because Blast Burn, enough people on Twitter complained about racial traits being racist. More getting rid of ability score improvements, letting you pick your own. Wow, that's a separate conversation. I'm gonna stick with Magic for now. Feywild Trickster, I actually think it could be a solid build-around card. We've already seen a few blue cards that has the roll a d20 effect. And if it happens to get you a little token out of it, sure, why not? Probably like a C or C+. I don't think it's going to be so good that I want to snap that up before anything else. But it gets you a little extra payoffs for all of your roll a d20 cards. I think it's okay. An uncommon, sure. I don't want to call it a build-around card because I wouldn't take this card and like make my entire deck work around just that because it's only a 2/2. But I think it's fine to play. Next card is Fly. For 1 blue mana, an aura, enchanted creature has flying. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, venture into the dungeon. That could end up being very powerful.
Sweet.
Hey, Matt Griff. Thanks for that Twitch Prime. That could be a very easy way to get a lot of venturing happening. Just to show you how much better cards have gotten, one of my favorite old Magic the Gathering cards was just jump, instant speed flying for 1 blue mana until end of turn. Did they not have a card called Fly? But did they have Flight? Fly was a card though, right? Which was target creature gets flying. Yeah. Enchant creature for 1 blue mana, target creature's now flying. Only now it flies and you can venture into the dungeon if you hit the opponent. Neat. It's still just an aura and you need a creature to make that happen. But it's got slight better payoff for it. I'd probably say a C- for it. Does that make sense for Fly? Because if you don't have any other creatures, then it's just a dead draw. But any other time in the game, like, it can help you get in there. C-? Yeah, we'll go C-. Next card is Grazilax, Illithid Scholar. 1 blue for a 3/2 legendary horror. Whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, you may return it to its owner's hand. And whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Neat. I actually like them. I don't know how often the bouncing a creature back to your hand when they become blocked is worth it, though. Because a lot of times I wonder if I'd rather just let them trade out and take out creatures the opponent has. Though with enough evasive creatures, like, you get that card advantage. I like them, though. I'd say a B- for Grazilax. Is blue the main color I play? Yeah, it is. You like to bounce? How many creatures do you have when it affects that to come into the battlefield? I mean, it always kind of depends, right? Because it's also... Keep in mind, if you bounce a creature that's blocking and they're trading out, it might be better to let them trade out to take out a card on your opponent's side of the field. Because if you don't, and you gotta bounce a card back to your hand, well, then you're kind of slowing down your own tempo and your own board state, while your opponent gets to keep their creatures and their blockers out. So it kind of depends on, like, the quality of creatures that you're attacking with, especially if they have relevant enter the battlefield effects. It could make the opponent want to block your creatures in a way that they don't want your bounce cards to get bounced or be traded out with or offer that up. It could make interesting decisions on your opponent. Not exactly like an amazing bomb by any means, but I do like the card quite a bit, so I would say B- for Grazilax. Moving on. Guild Thief, 1 in blue for a 1/1 Orc Rogue. Whenever Guild Thief deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And for 3 in a blue, Guild Thief can't be blocked this turn. That's too slow and too much mana to make it good. I'm not into them. D- for Guild Thief. I just think it needs too much to even become relevant. And the fact that it starts at a 1/1 and it's going to need at least two hits before it's like an actual threat to your opponent. And if you're going to sink your mana into something, I just feel like there are better options. Yeah, I got D- for Guild Thief. It's going to get removed the instant it goes through. Yeah, it's also like... Another thing is, like, you pay 4 mana, make it unblockable, right? And then your opponent says, okay, I kill it. And then you're out 4 mana, and your opponent just gets a massive mana advantage. It's a lot of mana just for that unblockable effect. I'm not into them. I'm just going to move on. Boo to Guild Thief. Is that the first rogue we've seen? The first rogue's a dud? Yep, feels bad. Here's a mythic, though. Mirith, Desert Doom, 3 blue for a 5/5 legendary dragon. It has flying, has ward 4 as long as it's untapped, and whenever Imirith deals damage against a player, draw a card. Then if you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand, draw cards equal to the difference. So you're always going to draw a card, or if your hand's low, you're going to draw up to 3. And it's a 5 mana 5/5 flying. The ward 4 does help it. It helps guarantee you get to untap with it at least once, you know? And you just get one swing in there to maybe draw some cards. Or at least send in a 5/5 flyer. That seemed really good to me. I really like the ward 4 while it's untapped, so it's not impossible for you to deal with. Like if your opponent plays it, as soon as it swings in and it lets its guard down like that, you can do something. I actually think that's pretty cool. I think it's an A. 5 mana, 5/5 flying. Likely going to untap. I think it's an A. Seems like Wizards are trying to move away from hexproof. I believe they are, Tyler. I think Ward is their new way of dealing with it. Just makes it less impossible to deal with. Yeah. B+, I think B+ is too low, Pickle. Stats are too high, and it's too much of a threat to be that low, so A. I think A for Desert Doom. Next card is Mordenkainen's Polymorph. For 1 and a blue instant until end of turn, target creature becomes a dragon with base power and toughness 4/4 and gains flying. We've seen a lot of cards like this before. These like instant speeds, creatures, base power and toughness changes. It's never that great. It's more or less a combat trick. It's square up. I mean, it's square up with upside because it gives him flying. Duh. It's still not very good. D-. Just kind of a clunky combat trick. There are better options. Especially since we've seen so many other instant speed combat tricks at least be modal and give you more than one option. That is something I have noticed comparing the blue cards to white, is that white had a lot of modal cards. You know, when you play this card, do this effect or this effect. But so far with blue, we haven't seen anything like that. So that's interesting. Marina Phillip, thank you for the resub. Next is Pixie Guide. 1 in a blue for 1/3 flying fairy. If you would roll 1 or more dice, instead roll that many dice plus 1 and ignore the lowest roll. So basically give yourself advantage. Neat. At common? I could see this card being picked pretty highly. And there's enough roll d20 cards in blue alone that I would actually like this quite a bit. Especially at flying, being able to block, and helping you get better dice rolls off. I like that. I think it's a C+. Just knowing how many D20 roll cards you're going to end up with your deck, just playing blue alone. Not really looking to splash it or anything like that, but I think it'll be good. C+. Next card is Power of Persuasion, 2 and a blue sorcery. Choose target creature an opponent controls, then roll a d20. 1 through 9, you bounce it back to their hand. 10 through 19, its owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. And then 20, gain control of it until end of your next turn. You know what's weird about this card? This is like the one time I would never want to roll a 20. I'd rather roll like 10 through 19 than 20. Now, it does say gain control of it until the end of your next turn, not this turn. So you kind of have it for like 2 turns, turn and a half. My other problem with this card is that it's sorcery speed. I still think I'd rather it just be any of the other rolls. I'm not into this one. If it was instant speed, I'd be a little higher on it, but I don't like it being sorcery. I'd lean D. D plus at best, but I think it's just a D. Because at the very least, it's only 5% of the time you grab it. Any other time, you'll at least do some kind of tempo effect with it. Either going into the opponent's hand or force them to redraw it or put it on the bottom and just get rid of it forever. I think it's a D. Not quite an F, no. It at least has some application here, Mini Fridge. I just don't think it's great. Can't even attack with it. Not immediately, but the next turn you can. I don't know. It's clunky. I think it's D. Mostly because, you know, 95% of the time, you're at least going to do a bounce effect. Oh, moving on. Ray of Frost. Classic magic spell from D&D. 1 of blue for an aura, though, with flash. Okay. When Ray of Frost enters the battlefield, if the enchanted creature is red, tap it. As long as enchanted creature is red, it loses all abilities. And the enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. I love a lot of things about this. One, it's a lot like the Charmed Sleep card, where it taps a creature, makes it so they can't untap on the next untap step. But this is flash at instant speed. And it's even better versus red cards. I love that they're bringing back the like color wheel, what do you call it? Anti-cards, hate cards. There's a lot of this in this set, and I think that's so cool. I'm glad they're bringing that back. That said, it's better versus red, and just kind of okay versus blue, or versus any other color. Because the thing is, you can make it so that any enchanted creature makes it so they don't untap during the next untap step, but in order for that to happen, they get to tap at least once. And chances are if they get to tap at least once, it means they've already attacked. I'd be okay playing at least one. I wouldn't want to play more than that. And if my opponent is playing red, I'm sideboarding it in as many of these as I can. I think it's still solid. C-. Unless you're playing against a red player, then it's a C+. That makes sense? I think so. Rhyme Shield Frost Giant, 3 blue for 4/5 Giant Warrior with Ward 3. And that's it. Okay, D+, moving on. There's not really much more to talk about there. It's just a big dude. Sure. Moving on. Scion of Stygia. Tuna blue for 2/1 Tiefling Shaman with Flash. When it enters the battlefield, it casts Cone of Cold, which is target creature and opponent controls, then roll a d20. 1 through 9, tap that creature. 10 through 20, tap that creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. It's Flash Frostlinks. It's Flash, not as good Frostlinks, because Frostlinks always says they don't untap during its controller's next untap step. Whereas here with the Scion, it's maybe. I mean, like the Flash effect to help it play a little bit more defensively here. It's still just kind of okay. It being a 2/1 is rough, you know? I'd probably give it C-. This ain't no Frost Lynx, and it's certainly no Frost Trickster.
Sweet.
Zlissa! Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, my second brand new baby sub of the day. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. I think a C-, maybe D+. I'll say C-. Next card is Secret Door for 1 blue, a 0/4 artifact creature wall with Defender, obviously. And for 4 in a blue, venture to the dungeon, activate only as a sorcery. Sorcery speed, huh? Just seems like another D. Alright, I really want to play a 0-4 wall. Unless I'm like... Unless there's like a blue-white flyers deck. Because what I've seen is a 0-4 is going to stop most common and uncommon creatures at like 4 mana or less. And this helps you clog up the ground game, but that's sorcery speed venturing though. Yeah, D for a secret door. Next up, Shocking Grasp. 2 mana. 1 blue instant. Target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn. And draw a card. Okay. I'm always a fan of these cantrippy things. Helps you out with more or less a combat trick, but it replenishes itself. The fact that it replaces itself helps it a lot. It's not one where I wouldn't really want to play it more than once. Or have more than one copy of it in the deck, but I don't hate it. C- for Shocking Grasp. It's okay. Shortcut Seeker is next. 3 blue for 2/5 human rogue at common. And whenever Shortcut Seeker deals combat damage to a player, venture into the dungeon. A 4 mana 2/5? It needs help. It needs help for its effect to actually happen. Because it can't really do it on its own. Like with only 2 power, that's going to get blocked by most things. And because it... I mean, like, if it can get in there, great. With Fly, you would double venture? Yes, you would. But again, you're talking about having to spend another card just to make one card good. We're just talking about this one card in a vacuum on its own. And I don't think it's very good. I think its power is too low for that to happen. Even like a 4 mana 3/3, I think it would be slightly better. Like, also 5 toughness on a rogue just sounds weird. You know what I mean? I've played a rogue all my life. I at no point would ever say, yeah, I've got 5 toughness. I kind of lean D- for Shortcut Seeker. I just feel like it needs more power to even get in there. And I don't want to have to spend another card to help him do that. Yeah, I'll get a D- for Shortcut Seeker. The next card is also a rogue, though. 2 blue for Soul Knife Spy. 3/2 Elf Rogue. Oh, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Okay. I like that one a little bit more. 2 blue for a 3/2 is, you know, base level, fine. And then if it happens to get in there, you draw a card. And even with that, this is another one of those cards like your opponent wants to block and get out of there. You know? Like, your opponent never wants you to be able to draw a card with this attacking in, so this will probably likely trade out for something, and that can be okay. Soul Knife Spy is better than Shortcut Seeker. It still gets blocks by most 2/2s, so probably D+ for Soul Knife Spy. Best card is Split the Party. 3 blue for an uncommon sorcery. This is choose target player. Return half the creatures they control to their owner's hand. Round it up. This card is great just for its flavor text alone, which is just don't. I think this card wins for best flavor text. Do you pick or does the opponent? You get to pick. And it's also target player, so you could also choose your own creatures for reasons that would be kind of beyond me, but you could. Generally speaking, you're going to pay 5 mana to bounce back most likely 2 of the opponent's creatures back to their hand. Maybe 3. At sorcery speed. Does it get through creatures with hexproof and ward? It does, Evil Guy, because you're targeting the player and not the creature. I feel like it's too expensive and too slow to be amazing. I would like this more if it was instant speed. Especially at 5 mana. 5 mana, I'm leaning D+ for this one. Just, that sorcery speed just kills me. Yeah, I think Split the Party is a D+. Because again, you're only going to hit like 2 or 3 creatures out of it tops. Very slowly, too. I think there are better options. Next card, Sudden Insight. 4 blue, 6 mana for an instant. Draw a card for each different mana value among non-land cards in your graveyard. And the options between Sudden Insight for 6 mana versus Contact the Other Plane for 4 mana, I would much rather have Contact the Other Plane. This is just, like, if you're going to spending 6 mana to draw, on a good day, 4 or 5 cards, not awesome. That's like D- for this one. It's not unplayable. Just don't. D-. This card now, Tasha's Hideous Laughter. 1 blue for sorcery at rare. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until that player has exiled cards with total mana value 20 or more. People are going to play this. It's going to show up in Limited. It's likely going to hit 7 to 10 cards. Give or take each cast. I do like that it exiles the cards and not goes into their library. It is at least a rare. Is this... I feel like this card's going to be meant for shit like Commander. But people are going to play this in Limited. The thing is, I'm not going to grab this card over anything else. I mean, it is like a 1 for 8 or 1 for 10. The way I would play this card if I drafted it is I wouldn't play this until like turn 8, 9, 10. Like your opponent's already down to like 20 cards left in their deck. Then I would cast it. You know? Rather than like popping it off on turn 3, just be like, haha, I got you. It's this card. This card's a D, but I'm gonna play it. All right. The next card is Talisman of the Trickster, which I actually did read this card earlier. I can't scroll up all the way. Sorry. It's called Talisman of the Trickster. For 1 blue, you get an artifact equipment. Equipped your creature is +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice the Talisman of the Trickster and then create a token copy of this creature. What time the full set will be spoiled? I don't know. End of the day today. Equip cost 2. So for 3 mana, you give a creature +1/+1. And if they manage to get in there, you can create a copy. That could be okay. I like that it's cheap. Again, you would only really want to put this onto something that that has a great into the battlefield effect. Because creating that copy with immediate ETB effect, especially for something like Venture into the Dungeon, is neat. I'm not high on it, though. Still just kind of lean it being a D, even if you had like really high quality creatures. Can dupe legendaries? No. It does not. The token would still be legendary, so that would not work. It seems alright. It could, again, I could be completely wrong on it. It's still cheap equipment. I don't know, 3 mana for only giving something +1/+1. I think there are better options. Yeah, I'll still try it, don't get me wrong. Just kind of seems just okay to me. Next card is Wizard class, our next class card at uncommon. 1 blue, you have no maximum hand size. Okay, that's dumb. 2 and a blue on top of that, you get to draw 2 cards. So it's an expensive divination so far. You gotta pay 4 mana for that. And then there are 5 mana on top of that. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It's not good. It's not good. I know what you're thinking, but if I draw all these cards,
Sweet.
all my guys get +1/+1 counters, and that's cool. I know that's ideal. That's not how it's going to go. At most, you're going to pay 4 mana to draw 2 cards on just an enchantment when there are instances that do that with potential upside. It's not very good. D-. First one is good, though. You have no maximum hand size? No, it's not. In limited? How often when you're playing limited do you end up with... You get a point in your life where like, I've got just too much stuff to play. Gotta go to my discard step. Like, almost never. The first level 1 is like just not relevant in limited. Okay, commander card? It could be. I'm not a commander player, so I couldn't tell you in that context. But from a limited standpoint, this is too slow, too dumb. D-. Just call me S. Thanks to Twitch Prime resub. I really appreciate it. Next, we have Wizard Spellbook. 5 blue, 7 mana for an artifact that has tap. Exile target instant or sorcery card from our graveyard. Roll a d20, only activate as a sorcery. Roll a d20, and it says 1 through 9, copy that card, cast the copy. 10 through 19, copy that card. You may cast it by paying 1 instead of its mana cost. Or if you get a nat 20, copy each card exiled with Wizard Spellbook. You may cast any number of the copies without paying their mana costs. Okay, I got you. So for the nat 20 to really go off, you need to have exiled multiple cards by that point. So it's either, generally speaking, recast something for 1. Maybe recast something for free. At 7 mana? How slow is this format going to be? Seven's a lot. Like a lot. And I wouldn't even want to... The thing is, like, as soon as you cast it, it's too risky to activate it right away. Because on a roll of 1 through 9, you're not going to be able to afford whatever card you're trying to copy. I'm like, my brain wants to give it a low rating, but I know I'm going to be super wrong on that, and this is going to pop off. Like, it could end up being like Strixhaven, because Strixhaven had 8 mana cost cards that were sick. You activate on your opponent's graveyard that first turn. No, it's sorcery speed. You have to do it on your turn. Constructed good, limited, questionable. I'm not even super sure on constructed. It's just too expensive, too slow. I mean, it does say from a graveyard, so you can target your opponent. So if your opponent's got a spell in their graveyard that you want, you can do it. My first thought's a D, but maybe you just go nothing but stupid secret door walls. Just like a billion of these. And then maybe you can have it pop off. I don't know. My first thought, though, not high. We'll move on. You come to a river. 1 in a blue instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Sure. Bounce. Or target creature gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked until end of turn. That's okay. I like the bounce effect. I guess you have the can't be blocked this turn to maybe get one of those rogues in there to like draw a card or venture in the dungeon or something. But I do think the bounce target creature back to your opponent's hand is the best way to go, especially if there's enough token generation. That's okay. We'll give it a C-. How did the D20 system work? You literally just roll a D20 and see the effects. That's exactly it, Jack. Next card is you find the villain's lair. 1 blue. Either counter target spell or draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. I think I like it. I probably shouldn't. I actually like this. I think I do like it. I'd give it a C. Because you can leave up a counter spell. And if your opponent plays a creature, great, you got the counter. And then if they don't counter it, well then at their end step, you got an opportunity to draw some cards and discard some cards. It's one of those things where, like, you can't cast this card when it's the only card in your hand, though. You need at least 1 card in there that you need to toss away. The fact that you can still cast it even if your opponent doesn't cast a creature does make it a bit better. It's probably just like a solid C. It might be leaning towards C-, but I think it's a C. It's not a dead card when with counters. Yeah, I agree. Counters non-creatures too. Oh yeah, it's counter any spell. I'm sorry. I guess I misspoke. It counters any spell. Creatures, enchantments, whatever. This is just a strictly better cancel. Yeah, see. Next is you see a guard approach. For 1 blue, choose one. Tap target creature, or target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. That's a filler spell. I like the hexproof option on it more because you can use that to protect one of your high value creatures. Especially if you have something like, if you get like that 5/5 flying Gargan, and then you got like this hexproof response. But like if I'm gonna have a response, I'd rather have more find the villain's lair than you see guard approach. Cheap, sure, but effects aren't incredible. Probably a D+. No, just a D for see the guard approach. Maybe even D-, just because it's not that impactful. Next is the Yanti Malison. 1 of blue for 2/1 Snake Rogue. It can't be blocked as long as it's attacking alone, and when it deals combat damage to a player, venture into the dungeon. Well, there you go. Like, if you're going to have an unblockable creature, he can do it on his own. And when it hits the player, you get to venture into the dungeon. That's way better. Very good. Now that's a rogue, yeah. Not a bomb by any means, but still happy to play that. Especially if you can get that on turn 2. I'm going to give it a B for Yanti Malison. I love that it doesn't need help to be good. The only thing that would suck about it is like you're way behind and you need like powerful creatures and you end up drawing this 2/1. A? Not an A. Not bomby enough to be an A. It's a B. Yeah, before we move on, there were a couple other blue cards. For example, Mordenkainen, the blue planeswalker. 4 blue, has 5 loyalty, is +2 is draw 2 cards, then put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. -2, make a blue dog illusion creature token with this creature's power and toughness are equal to twice the number of cards in your hand. His -2 is Mordenkainen's faithful watchdog. That's hilarious. And then, if you manage to get to 10 loyalty, his -10 ultimate is exchange your hand in library, then shuffle. You get an emblem with you have no maximum hand size. That's hilarious. That's a lot of loyalty. He's not that good. Wizard class might not be so bad. How does this help the wizard class? It doesn't. The thing is, like, if you're playing 6 mana for a planeswalker, there's nothing here that is going to make your opponent be like, oh, fuck, I'm dead. Again, from a limited standpoint, by the time you got 6 mana to cast this guy, your hand's going to be close to empty. So say you play out Mordenkainen, and you minus him, and you make this dog token. That dog's is going to be what? A 2/2? Maybe a 4/4? It does get better if you keep drawing after that. But I think a planeswalker that takes out one of your opponent's creatures is better than a planeswalker that just generates a creature for yourself. I think this is too expensive. It's an expensive card draw engine. And if you're happy, maybe you can get a dog token out. And then -10 will never happen or be relevant. And if you do this in limited, you're setting yourself up for decking out and losing. Although it would be very funny, and I want to see it happen. I would need to check the other Planeswalkers, but I'm not excited about this one. I guess it's a little bit better than the white one, the Bahamut one. The minus signs to help pump the dogs. Again, I mean, getting up to 10 loyalty is going to take a lot of time. And that's like under the assumption that this just does not get hit or lose any loyalty up until then. And you still have to -2 it to make 1 dog, so it's going to take even more time. And then the dogs get chumped by a 1/1. A for meme yeah, it's meme potential. A. Hell yeah. A for meme potential. Realistically, I think C-. Just not stoked about it. C- for Mordenkainen. It's got good flavor. Alright, did I miss anything else in blue? Oh, True Polymorph. Mind Flare. Check those in a second. Anything else in blue that I may have missed? Oh, Blue Dragon? Oh, Scryfall's missing a lot, isn't it? We got Fly. Silver Raven's not in there for some reason. Secret Door, Conjurer. Bar the Gate, Ray of Frost, Polymorph. Yep. Okay, so only a couple. Hey, Madam Clutch, thanks for the resub. Good to see ya. True Polymorph. 4 blue at instant speed. Target artifact or creature becomes a copy of another target artifact or creature. Rare. Interesting. It's target and target. So you can make one of your things become a copy of one of your big things, or you can make one of your things copy the big thing they just played. It's a lot of stipulations, because if you don't have good targets for it, it's a very dead card. Another thing is you can make one of their big things become a copy of another small thing. I want to try it. My first thought is like C++. It's not going to be like an instant win bomb, but I feel like you could do some funny stuff with it. Gutter Snipe with a resub. Maybe it is better than I think, because it could be, if you're like, this can help you pull ahead at a board stall, or if you're winning, you can win more. Or if you're behind, you can make one of their big things become one of their not good things. Maybe it's better than it looks, especially at instant speed. I'll have to see. I'm going to give it a C+, though. But I am very curious to see how it actually plays out. We had the Mind Flare. I really like this card. 3 blue for a 3/3 horror creature at rare. When it enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature for as long as you control Mind Flayer. I like that a lot. You could play that with the 1 blue hexproof card to help protect them, to help make sure you take control of their creature. Yeah, not broken like the stupid Agent of Temptation. It's more reasonable. I like it. B+. Especially at a board state where you're just like stuck and you're both in top deck mode. I like it. B+ for Mind Flare. Sally Strawberry, 23 months. Can you get a happy almost birthday? Happy almost birthday. Then we just had Blue Dargon. 5 blue for a 5/5 flying for 7 mana. And when it enters the battlefield, until your next turn, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-0. Up to another one gets -2/-0, and another one gets -1/-0. That's too expensive. That's so expensive. I do like that it slows down your opponent quite a bit. It makes it so that they won't have good attacks until your next turn, or even good blocks. But goddamn, 7 mana is a lot. It is uncommon. If the draft format becomes slow enough that you can reliably get 7 mana creatures out, then it's a C. I worry about it being too expensive, though. Finally, we got the Silver Raven, a 1 mana, 1/1 flying artifact creature. When it enters the battlefield, scry 1. That sure is a guy. D+. Just say D+ for Silver Raven. I would rather have the white hawk that at least allows you to venture into the dungeon at sorcery speed. But, you know, that's a guy. All right. I believe that's all of blue. Oh, did I miss the... I guess I should check for white cards. There's that Book of Exalted Deeds. White Dragon. Yeah, real quick, the White Dragon. 4/4 flying for 6 mana. Cold Breath. When it enters the battlefield, tap target creature and opponent controls. Doesn't untap during your opponent's next untap step. I actually like that a little bit more than the blue one. C for White Dragon. I saw the plate armor on Twitter. Plate armor is cool. Try to find that again real quick. It was like... Oh, the Eye of Vecna and Hand of Vecna also finally got spoiled. I'll get to that. Oh, is MTG Goldfish's previews looking better? Alright, plate armor. 2 and a white for an artifact. Equipped creature gets +3/+3 and has ward 1. With equip cost of 3, but it costs 1 less to activate for each other equipment you control. Damn. So again, I think a white artifact deck, especially for equipment, is a viable thing. Like if you have plate armor and you can just keep moving around +3/+3 for only like 1 or even 2 mana, that's very strong. I think this is actually going to end up being pretty good. C+. You know what? I might switch over to the MTG Goldfish. No, Scryfall's a bit bigger. Get that up there. Whatever. We'll move on to black. First boy is a Sararak. 2 and a black for a 5/5. When a Sararak enters the battlefield, if you have not completed the dungeon Tomb of Annihilation, return him to your hand and venture into the dungeon. But if you have completed the Tomb of Annihilation, he's a 5/5 for 3 mana with whenever he attacks, each opponent you create a 2/2 black zombie unless that player sacrifices a creature. And if we remember correctly, the Tomb of Annihilation you can get done in 3, maybe 4. But takes some doing. sure, like, you gotta remember, yeah, the Tomb of Annihilation is the fastest one to get done. But if you go the fast way, you'll lose a life. You have to discard a card and then sacrifice another creature, artifact, or land. Okay, so now you're down 2 cards. So really, how many cards are you spending just to get this boy out? Is it an and? Oh, sacrifice an artifact, a creature, and a land? Fuck that. That's not worth it. Fuck that. Are you kidding me? No. You're spending 4 to get through this. No one's doing this for 3. That's insane. Nuh-uh. No way. At least like when you do 4, if you do like this pathway, once you get to this one, it says each player loses 2 life unless they sacrifice an artifact, or creature, or a land. But you can pay 2 life probably. Fuck oubliette room. Fuck that. No. You're not gonna get cute and get this. Oh, it's not you go to adventure 3 times. It's that easy. No. Even then, this is still a lot. Otherwise, I could see this being a really good build-around card. Like if you got the ventures to make it happen, you can play it every turn to venture. Yes, you can, but then he comes back to your hand and you're not affecting the board. You need something to stick on the board if you want to stay alive in limited. I think he's a build around A-. Like if I first picked a Sararak, the rest of my picks are going to be make sure I can venture into the dungeon so that he is worth it. But this is not a card that you can just windmill slam in any deck. Potentially a splashable card if you got a lot of venturing in other colors though. Yeah, I would say build around A-. Because he needs help. We'll move on. Baleful Beholder, 4 black. For a 6/5, when he enters the battlefield, choose one. Each opponent sacrifices an enchantment, or creatures you control gain menace until end of turn. Yeah. That's a guy. If you have a big board, the menace is sweet. I agree. If you have an empty board, you're paying 6 mana for a 6/5. He's like a D, maybe D+. Not super stoked. Hey, AZO, welcome to the stream. By the way, if you guys ever want to continue these Magic the Gathering discussions, happy to do so over in the Discord. Join the Pro Dare Discord. We talk about Magic all the time. Have you revealed a Wooburg Beholder? No Wooburg Beholder. It's a Wooburg Dargon. Tiamat. Yeah, I feel like Baleful Beholder's just like a D, maybe D+. Occasional upside, but likely not. Speaking of Dargons, Black Dragon. 5 black, another 7 mana one. For a 4/4 flying. Oof, alright. But, when we enter the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Okay, that's a little bit better. It's an expensive dragon, but it can at least take out one of your opponent's creatures. It's still so expensive. Like the cost makes me think it's like a C-. Maybe C, but that's just so expensive. It's so fucking expensive. This is more or less a core set. So this could be a very low power, slow moving set. It just seems so expensive though. I'll give it a C-, but yeesh. Moving on. The Book of Vile Darkness. Black, black, black for the legendary artifact. At the beginning of your end step, if you lost 2 or more life this turn, make a 2/2 zombie token. Okay. It also has exile the Book of Vile Darkness and artifacts you control named Eye of Vecna, Hand of Vecna. So for 3 cards, exile all of them and create Vecna, the legendary 8/8 Black Zombie God creature token with Indestructible. It gains all triggered abilities of the exiled cards. Well, with the Black Book of Vile Darkness, you only get the 2/2 zombie token if it's on your turn. Not every turn, which is a bit of a bummer. And I did just see on Twitter the Eye of Vecna and Hand of Vecna. So we can look at those for context. So here's Eye of Vecna, 2-mana artifact. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card and lose 2 life. Okay. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 2. If you do, you draw a card and pay 2, lose 2 life. Okay, so I can see how that can combo with the Book of Vile Darkness, because you're always losing life, drawing a card, then making a 2/2 zombie at the end of it. And the Hand of Vecna is 3 mana for... Oh, it's equipment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, equip creature or creature you control named Vecna gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of cards in your hand. The equip cost is either 2 or pay 1 life for each card in your hand. All that sounds very funny. All that said, we drafted. You're never going to draft all 3 cards together, ever. Although, that would be a big achievement for the set, right? Achievement unlocked. Summoned Vecna somehow. If someone does that, like, you win Magic. So for the most part, this Book of Vile Darkness is if you lost 2 life on your turn, you get a 2/2 zombie at the end for 3 black. F. F. It's not worth it. The casting cost of 3 black. F. Next card, Clattering Skeleton. 3 black for a 4/3 skeleton. When it dies, venture into the dungeon. Sure. I mean, like, your opponent's going to want to block it at some point if you attack in, because it is a 4/3. And it does block pretty well. Yeah, it's a 4/3 with slight upside. D+. If it was just a 4/3, it'd be a D. It's slightly better than that, though. D+. C? Not quite C. It's a filler card. You can have more impactful stuff for 4 mana. The next card is the Death Priest of Mirkul. 2 black black for 2/2 Tiefling Cleric at uncommon. Skeletons, vampires, and zombies you control get +1/+1. In the beginning of your end step, if a creature dies this turn, you may pay 1 mana. And if you do, make a 1/1 black skeleton. What's nice about that, you make a 1/1 black skeleton, but if you have the Death Priest out, that skeleton's then a 2/2. How many skeletons and zombies are in this set? I don't know. It seems alright, though. I would almost want to play this for like 5 mana post-combat. After making your opponent do some trades. That way you get this 2/2 out. And then you also get to pay 1 to get another 2/2 out with it. Because then you get a total of 4 power, 4 toughness on 2 different bodies. And then potentially buff stuff afterwards. I feel like I would need to count the number of... zombies, vampires, and skeletons. First thought, C-. Love to see though. Need a count. Lord effects are always good. B. I think you're valuing the Lord effect a bit too much because you're only getting a 2/2 for 4 mana. At 3 mana, I would be much higher on it. Again, this is limited. You have no way of guaranteeing you getting a bunch of skeletons, vampires, and zombies to allow you to curve out easily. So, it'll depend. Next card is Demogorgon's Clutches. 2 and a black, sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards, mills 2 cards, and loses 2 life. So we're just at the point where Mind Rot is just getting pumped. It's uncommon. Uncommon, sorcery, not exciting. D-. This is a decent sideboard card, especially in sealed, when you're on the draw. It becomes a little bit better then, but still not crazy exciting. Yeah, D- for Demogorgon's Clutches. Next card is Devour Intellect from an Intellect Devourer. 1 black for sorcery. Target opponent discards a card. If mana from a treasure was spent to cast this spell, instead that player reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it, then that player discards that card. That's another thing I've seen actually pop up in this set quite a bit, is that some cards have better or additional effects if you sacrifice treasure to cast it. And this is one of them. So it's just like a 1 mana, make him discard a card, but if you treasure it, then it becomes a Thoughtseize effect. It's still not great. Still just a D for there. If you got a reliable way of making treasures, sure, it's slightly better. But it's still not crazy good. D for Devour Intellect. Next is a Drider! 4 and a black for 4/3 Elf Spider at uncommon with Reach. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a 2/1 black spider creature token with Menace and Reach. Interesting. Certainly an aggressive card. I think it's the first Reach card we've seen. And if you attack in with this, like your opponent's gonna want to block and take it out. Not bad. The problem is that the Drider itself does not have Menace, which means a 3 mana 3/2 stops it. C+? No, C+ is way too high. It just gets topped too easily for C+. This is more like D+, C- at best, but probably just D+. At 5 mana, only having 3 toughness, it makes it pretty vulnerable. But I'd be happy playing at least 1 in my decks because Reach. Next card is Dungeon Crawler. 1 black mana for 2/1 zombie enters the battlefield tapped. Okay. And then whenever you complete a dungeon, you may return it from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. So it's a 2-1 for 1 that enters the battlefield tapped, which is a bummer. And every time you complete a dungeon, that comes back. So really, and from a limited standpoint, at most, you'd come back to your hand once a game. I wish he didn't enter the battlefield tapped. If he didn't enter the battlefield tapped, it'd be all about him. I feel like D+. Yeah, I mean, he's a 2. I like that he's a 2-1 for 1, but man, that enter the battlefield tap's killing me. And I just don't feel like he's gonna return to your hand from the graveyard very often. Yeah, D+ for dungeon crawler, I'd say. Next card is another dragon, but it's a zombie dragon. 2 black for Ebon Death, the Dracolich. He's a 5/2 flying with flash. However, it enters the battlefield tapped. And you may cast Ebon Death Dracolich from your graveyard if a creature not named Ebon Death Dracolich died this turn. So it's just a flying threat where anytime something dies, he can come back? Holy shit. I like him. For only 4 mana? This is an A to me. Because this is just a flying threat that's always going to come back. So yeah, you would cast it at the end of your opponent's turn. So you untap with it. And then you got your ground blockers. And if your opponent wants to try to erase in or attack with you to stop it, your chump blocks allows you to recast your Ebon Death. The only time it's not going to be good is if your board is empty. And you need a blocker, and the only thing you can cast is this tapped boy. That's when it's going to be weak. But, like, that's it. I would still say A for Ebon Death. Very good card. For only 4 mana, very good. Like that a lot. Small butt, though. It's flying. I guess with the way this is worded... Yeah, you can attack in with this. And they could, like, block in the air. They both die. But since the other creature died, you could still recast Dracolich. I like... Yeah, 5. Or 5. A. I like that a lot. Fate's Reversal. 1 in a black sorcery. Return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Venture into the dungeon. Okay. So you get a creature card back, plus a small upside with that from the venture. It's not quite like a, what is it? Soul Salvage, where you get 2 creatures back. I'll hate it. C-. Yeah. Go C-. Next is Feign Death. Instant speed, 1 black. Until end of turn, target creature gains. When this creature dies, you return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay. It's okay. B for this? No, not B. This is not so good a card that it would make me want to like play black over anything else. There are plenty of cards I would take over this. This is just kind of a pseudo protection spell, pseudo combat trick. That's not awesome. I think it's a D. Seems pretty good for 1 mana. I mean, sure. Compare this card to something like from Strixhaven, though. Where Strixhaven had a 1 black, you know, give a creature +1/+1 counter or give a creature indestructible to end a turn. For 1 black, it's a better option that has a very similar effect. This is not a B. I think it's a D, and if you got a lot of super relevant into the battlefield effects, maybe D+. But this is still like you're opening up a pack. You'll pick this like pick 12, pick 13, pick 14. You know what I mean? Moving on. Forsworn Paladin. A 1/1 menace for 1 black human knight at rare. But also has 1 in a black, tap it, pay 1 life, create a treasure token. Okay. 2 in a black. Target creature gets +2/+0 till end of turn if mana from a treasure was also spent to activate this ability. That creature also gains Death Touch until end of turn. So it's a 1/1 menace that can pump itself later on. It actually has okay threat of activation. Because it is menace. Which means in order to get stopped, it needs to be double blocked. And it does allow you to pay 3 mana to make it a 3/1. And allows you to take out one of the creatures that's double blocking. And I guess the pay a life, create a treasure token is like an okay, I got nothing else, and I desperately need to make sure I'm curving out here, then it's alright. I do like that target creature gets +2/+0 and not just the paladin. So you can give one of your other creatures +2/+0. Maybe Death Touch if you got the treasure, but let's just assume you don't. I think this card's going to play out better than people think. Not amazing, but I don't hate it. I'd say B-. I'd say B- for the paladin. Yeah, any kind of if you have any kind of evasive creature, and then you got like a reasonably cost mana sink to get damage in against your opponent with it, I actually like that a lot. Just assume the treasure part won't be relevant. I just like the pump for any creature. Yeah, B-. Moving on. Gelatinous Cube. 2 black for a 4/3 ooze creature. Okay. Passes the vanilla test, but what else does it have? When Gelatinous Cube enters the battlefield, exile target non-ooze creature an opponent controls until Gelatinous Cube leaves the battlefield. Alright. And it also has X in a black. Put target creature card with mana value X exiled with Gelatinous Cube into its owner's graveyard. So it might be worded a bit clunky, but the way it works is the Gelatinous Cube exiles a creature when it hits the battlefield, which that alone is solid. Kind of gives you that warden effect. And then you can pay the extra mana to take that exiled creature and put it into your opponent's graveyard, so that if Gelatinous Cube were to die, they don't get the creature back right away. I'd be happy playing this. Even if it just... Even with like the temporary effect, then Gelatinous Cube dies immediately afterwards. It forces your opponent to kind of spin that card on there. It can be good to help buy you a turn, or even help get rid of the opponent's best creatures. It is like a clunky, slow, get rid of that card permanently effect. But I think it's good. Gelatinous Cube's like a B, B+. This set seems to be very toned down. Well, it's a replacement for the core set. So it's not going to be like crazy high-powered stuff. Like, because instead of doing core set 2022 this year, they did the D&D set. So think of this as core set 2022 with D&D flavors. So yeah, it is going to be a lot of like mostly basic stuff, but you're not wrong. Honestly, you're not using the activated ability unless you have extra mana. Pretty much, yes. Like, I don't really see myself activating this unless I got nothing else to do. Like, I'd almost want to keep the mana up, so if my opponent tries to take out the Gelatinous Cube, I can respond with destroying the exiled card. That way they don't get the card back in response. Yeah, Gelatinous Cube's good. B+. We'll go B+. Moving on. The Grim Wanderer. It's 1 black for a 5/3 Goblin Warlock at uncommon with Flash. However, has a tragic backstory. You can only cast this spell if a creature died this turn. They had a card like this in a different set. Which set was that? That's a goblin? It's a hobgoblin. Does the ooze work on planeswalkers? No, it has to be non-ooze creatures. Was it Innistrad? Where the cost 2 less if a creature died? The Bone Picker? I feel like I'm thinking of something else. I want to say it was in Ixalan. I might be wrong. How do I feel about this one? That stipulation of when you're able to cast it does make it weird. So even though it only costs 2, this is not a 2-drop. This is going to be like 4, 5, 6 drop. It does have its use though. An opponent spending a card to take out one of your creatures so that they can open up attacks does allow you to flash him in for a relevant blocker. Or after blocks, you can get a pretty big guy in. I think he's going to have enough instances where he can come down and affect the board in a relevant way and not be too dead of a card in your hand. Just when you play it, realize it's not a 2-drop. You're not going to get this out until like turn 5, 6, or 7. So I'd give it a C-. I'm not looking to grab a lot of these, but it's all right. Hey, Farmcat, thanks for the resub. Yeah, it doesn't specify your creature's the one that has to die. That's right. So again, like if you do big attacks and they look into like trade out, or block, or chump, or whatever, you could also get this guy in. This is going to be one of those cards where once you go to game 2 or game 3 against your opponent, they're going to start playing around that. So then you punish them by sideboarding this out. C- for Grim Wanderer. Maybe it's better than I realized, but I'm leaning that just because of the stipulation of when you can cast it. Next card, Herald of Hadar. Thorn of Black for a 4/4 human warlock at common. Farmcat gifting out 10 subs to the chat. Thank you, Farmcat. Congrats everyone caught in that blast. If you got a free sub, you do have to hang out with me the next month, which now is a good time because we're about to be drafting a lot of Wizard D&D MTG. Also, Bob the Samurai with 3 sub. So this card is a 4/4 for 5 mana. And for 5 and a black, you get to roll a d20. 1 through 9, each opponent loses 2 life. 10 through 19, each opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. Nat 20, each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life, and you create 2 treasure tokens. Novix, also gifting out a sub. This one's mana sink is slightly better than other cards we have seen because he already costs 5 to get out. And if you get 1 mana more after that, well then, at least have activations. And you can still block pretty well. Attack, I guess. I mean, if you got 6 mana out, creating 2 treasure tokens with the crit afterwards is not... probably won't help you that much. I don't hate him. I feel like I'm supposed to, but I don't hate him. C minus? C minus for like a big ground specter of the fence? Such an odd thing for the Nat 20. I agree. I mean, I feel like if you got treasures out at that point, I don't know. The Hired Hexblade, 1 in a black for a 2/2 Elf Warlock at common. When it enters the battlefield, if mana from treasure was spent to cast it, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. Sure. There's your 2/2 for 2 with potential upside if you got a treasure for it. D. Just a D. Again, going to the assumption that you won't have the treasure and you're just paying a 2 mana for a 2/2. And sometimes that's what you need. And if you happen to cast it on later turns you got treasure, help you draw that extra card. Alright. Maybe D+, but probably just D. Lightfoot Rogue! 2 and a 1 for a halfling rogue, an uncommon with sneak attack! Finally, what does sneak attack do? Roll a d20, of course. And it's whenever the Lightfoot Rogue attacks, for the record. 1 through 9. It gains Death Touch until end of turn. 10 through 19, it gets +1/+0. And Death Touch until end of turn. That is redundant. And if you get a Nat 20, +3/+0, First Strike, and Death Touch until end of turn. I mean, the +1/+0 and the power buff with the Death Touch is basically makes it so that if your opponent doesn't block it, which, you know, it has Death Touch, who wants to block it? You get in for a little bit more damage. The thing is, it's just a 2/1. Something's going to block it. It's fine. This is just like a weirdly aggressive card. Because if you're not attacking with it, you're paying 2 mana for a vanilla 2/1, and that sucks. Maybe black can be a bit more aggressive than anything else. If you're not playing aggressive with this card, though, like it's a waste of a card. So I'm gonna give it a C-, just under the belief/hope that if you're playing black, you're going to want to be attacking a lot. Man, I mean, I don't even think C- that high. No, I changed my mind. D+. It's just going to get chumped by some little 1/1 token wiener or something that the opponent doesn't care about. Because, again, you have to attack with it to get the Death Touch, and your opponent's going to choose what they block with and what creature gets Death Touch. I don't think it's very good. Change my mind. D. The only thing I can think of is if you have cards that, like, has something like, anytime you roll a d20, a thing happens, well, then you got a easy d20 activation. But I don't think I've seen any cards like that. Yeah. I want to like it, but I don't. The sneak attack makes me so sad. Moving on. The Black Planeswalker, Lolth, Spider Queen. 3 black for 4 loyalty. Whenever a creature you control dies, Lolth gets a loyalty counter. For 0, draw a card and lose a life. Okay. -3, make 2 2/1 black spider creature tokens with menace and reach. Okay. I like that. And then for -8, her ultimate, you get an emblem with whenever an opponent is dealt combat damage by 1 or more creatures you control. If that player lost less than 8 life this turn, they lose life equal to the difference. So, basically, whenever you deal damage to your opponent, with her ultimate, they're going to lose 8 life no matter what. Is it 8 life because she's a spider? Do you get it? Alright, so the -8's stupid. The -3 is really good, though. -3, generate 2 creatures? I like that a lot. And then you just block with them, so you get loyalty counters back. Otherwise, you're drawing cards and losing a life. I like that. That might be my favorite Planeswalker so far. I wish it had something to take out an opponent's creature. But I like her. For 5 mana? At 5 mana, A. A for Lolth. Card draw engine. Generates creature for you. Hell yeah. Next card is Manticore. 3 and a black for 2/1 flying Manticore common with flash. And when it enters the battlefield, destroy a target creature and opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Okay, so it's like a... What was that one card that was very like this? The knife... Fuck, knife pirate. Damn it. You guys know what I'm talking about. Dragon Lord with the tier 2 resub. Almost up to 2 years. Deadeye Lurker? Was that it? That sounds right. I like it. Fathom Fleet Pirate? Maybe that was it. Whatever. Clearly, you guys know what I'm talking about, though, so I appreciate it. Reminds me of that a lot. Only a 2/1 flyer is a bit on the weak side, but turning one of your chumps into taking out one of your opponent's creatures is great. I think it's solid. Probably give it a C+. I wouldn't want to play too many of those because it is something with only 1 toughness. But I'd be happy playing 1. Zephyrian also resubbing. The next card, Power Word Kill. 1 a black, instant, uncommon. Destroy target non-angel, non-demon, non-devil, non-dragon creature. Alright, that's a lot of nons. But for the most part, this set is mostly... There's a handful of dragons, and there's like some angel creation. But this hits anything else. Still great. B+. Instant speed, near non-conditional removal. I still think you'd want to take as many of these as you can. B+ for power word kill. Can't that kill a planeswalker? No, it's only creatures. Too many conditions to be practical? Again, from a limited standpoint, like, these creature subtypes aren't showing up so often, you're just like, oh, this might end up being a dead card. Like, you're gonna find a target for this somewhere. You still want to grab as many of these as you can. Chrono Sticks, thanks to the resub. And if you saw this card, like, pick 3, pick 4, it signals that black is open. Next is Precipitous Drop. Tuna black for an aura. Enchant creature. When Precipitous Drop enters the battlefield, enter the dungeon. Okay, cool. Enchanted creature gets -2/-2. And that creature gets -5/-5 if you've completed a dungeon. Damn. So this is like a removal spell aura, but also ventures in a dungeon. And if you complete a dungeon, it takes out something even bigger? Damn, I like this card a lot too. It's an aura though, which is like the only bummer. But that venture though, I would give Precipitous Drop a B. I'd be happy playing a couple of these, especially a common. Morning, Ray Ray. Yeah, I think this is a B. I wouldn't give it a B+ just because you can only cast it at aura speed or sorcery speed, you know? So it's not quite power word kill levels, but the minus, I like that as -2/-2, so you can get around. I don't think there's a lot of indestructible stuff going on here, but something. Sigma Anonymous, any D&D flavorful wins so far from Forgotten Realms? Some flavor text has been good. Split the Party has the best flavor text of all the cards. Slayer Falcon also resubbing. Is this the first color we've reviewed? No, we've gotten through blue and white already. Gotta translate this card. Talisman of Sigador. For 1 black, whenever the equipped creature attacks, it gains Death Touch until end of turn. Okay. And whenever equipped creature attacks alone, the defending player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life with an equip cost of 2. So for 3 mana, you can make one of your creatures have Death Touch and drain your opponent for 2. I could actually see that playing out pretty well. Black has a lot of token generation, and making one of those tokens do like a relevant threat that's swinging in. Because also, like, if your opponent doesn't block it, well, then they're also taking damage on top of the drain. So it could end up giving you some pretty good swings in. Yeah, I actually think it's okay. I'm gonna go B, probably more of a B-. But I like it. When is the box opening? Not for like another, what, 2 weeks? It's gonna be a while for the cards to come out still. Hey, Mr. Cell GG. Is this actually D&D cards? Yes, this is the D&D set for Magic. Next card is Sepulture Ghoul. 1 and a black for 2/1 zombie. Sacrifice another creature. It gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Activate only once each turn. Meh, that's alright. I feel like that works better when you're blocking and then attacking. It's still not super exciting though. Just a D for that guy. Eh. You have better options. The next card is another zombie, Shambling Ghast. 1/1 zombie at common for 1 black mana. And when it dies, target creature and opponent control gets -1/-1 until end of turn, or make a treasure token. I like that. The fact that you can give another creature -1/-1 till end of turn allows it to trade up a little bit better because your opponent has to play around that. And then if for some reason you really need it, being able to chump with him and get that treasure could be really good. I'm really glad a lot. It's not incredible by any means, but he's going to be good. C-. Next card is the Merchant of Skullport. 2 and a black for a 1 dwarf citizen at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, make a treasure token. Okay. 1 and a black, sacrifice another creature or a treasure. Draw a card. It's weird seeing a black creature with only 1 power, 4 toughness. But basically comes in, helps you fix your mana. And if you don't need to fix your mana, you can sack that treasure to draw a card later. Or sacrifice a different creature to draw a card on top of that. Again, with like your chumps or your or unfavorable attacks. He's okay. Weirdly slow for black. But I think the fact that you can sack treasures to draw a card makes me like it more than just creatures. I'd probably give it a C. Especially if you're being defensive. Like, if you're, like, more blue-black control. Absolutely. I like it. C. C from the Merchant of Skullport.
Sweet.
Play the hits. With that Twitch Prime resub. Thank you so much. Next, we got the Sphere of Annihilation. Classic. It's an X and a black artifact at rare. So when it enters the battlefield, it has X void counters on it. Okay. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile Sphere of Annihilation, all creatures and planeswalkers with mana value less than or equal to the number of void counters on it, and all creatures and planeswalker cards in graveyards with mana value less than or equal to the number of void counters on it. I get it. It's your ultimate board wipe. But it's the Sphere of Annihilation, so it takes that turn for people to get sucked into it. Slow board wipe. Not only board wipe, but also wipe their graveyard. Proliferate endless board wipe. It's not endless, because no matter what, you exile the Sphere of Annihilation next upkeep no matter what. It's not endless. Unless you bounce it with trigger on the stack. So spending 4 mana into it gets rid of anything that costs 3 or less. I have no idea. Normally board wipes like that are really good. But that delay in giving your opponent an opportunity to do something with it is scary. There's not a whole lot of destroy target artifact cards. White had a couple. Yeah, I feel like this would most often be paid out for like 4, maybe 5 mana. Get rid of everything costing 4 or 5 left. That's probably pretty good. I'd say like a B+. I don't remember how much artifact hate there is though. Because there's a lot of remove target artifact cards, then this is Garbo. This feels like one of those cards like where you play it and then game 2 or game 3, get rid of your opponent to like bring in artifact destruction to get rid of that. Hey Otter B, thank you for the resub. This might be way funnier for like Commander, right? Like I feel like Commander players will probably like that more. All right. Next card is Vorpal Sword. Another equipment. For 1 black, equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has Death Touch. The equip costs? Black. All right, great. That alone, I am very happy with that. It gives you a good blocker. It gives you a good attacker. Awesome. But it's also got another thing on there. 5 black for 8 mana. Until end of turn, Vorpal Sword gains whenever the equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. That's another one of those achievement unlock things, right? Much like Vecna. Activate the Vorpal Sword and cut off your opponent's head. That'll never happen. So for the most part, you got a +2/+0 Death Touch, 1 mana artifact with a equip cost of 2. That's very good. That's very good. A-. All of your blocking creatures become relevant. All of your attackers are going to like trade up and get a lot of power. That seems super good to me. A- for Vorpal Sword. Can you activate that effect after your creature hits your opponent? You need to activate it before it hits your opponent. So you can swing with your card and then activate it after they declare blocks. Isn't double black too restricted for the equip cost? I don't think so, Luso. Triple black, like mathematically, becomes very difficult to cast in a limited deck. But just black, not that bad. Especially since there's a fair amount of things to fix for it. Again, like, Frank Karsten will do all the math for you when it comes to how many black mana sources will you draw out of your 17 lands or whatever, but just 2 black is fine. It's very good. I like it a lot. Next card is another class card. This one's the Warlock class. For 1 black, it starts off with, at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, each opponent loses a life. Sure. For 1 in a black, you level up to level 2. That says, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Okay. I like that. Allows you to get some card advantage for a relatively low cost. And then for 6 in a black, you become level 3. Holy shit, that's a lot. But it says, at the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses life equal to the life they lost this turn. That's too much. This is one of the better class cards we've seen so far. Samurai Tiger with the resub, thank you so much. I would play this just for putting down 1, leveling it up right away, so like a divination, but you look at the top 3 cards and take the best card out of it. I like it. That 6 in the black effect, though, that's a lot. Yeah, this is all right. I would say, C-. It's still not so awesome that like you want to windmill slam this into any deck that you get, and it's certainly cuttable. But this has been the best class card we've seen so far. I mean, the level 3 just seems like a wind more option. All right, next is Moody Lord of the Night. 3 black for 4/4 flying vampire. Awesome. With ward, discard a card? Ooh. I like that. So when your opponent wants to cast a spell on it, they have to discard a card on top of it. So you automatically 2 for 1, and that's amazing. And whenever Moody Lord of the Night deals combat damage to a player, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. Holy shit. For 3 black, this card's amazing. At rare? Is this the first A+? I'm surprised it isn't just straight up Strahd. Yeah, worst case scenario, you 2-for-1 your opponent. This card's fucking amazing. A+, right? Yeah, you can't just not answer this card. Damn. A+. Holy, amazing. What a good card. Wow. All right, big fan of that one. Moving on. A white, 1 and a black for a 3/2 zombie soldier at rare. It enters the battlefield tapped. That's a bummer. But it also has, whenever a creature dealt damage by the white dies this turn, create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token and exile that card. Splashable even on pack 3? Well, it's double black, so it's not really splashable. But if you see... Yeah, that's not really splashable. At double black, not an easy splash. White's good. It's a 3/2 that it's going to get blocked by some 2-drop and go away. But when that happens, you still get a 2/2 black zombie token afterwards, and you exile that card? Yeah, absolutely. I'm in for that. I like them. B+ for white. Entering the battlefield tapped is a bummer. But it gives you a lot of, like, card and a half advantage over them. Next card is the Yanti Fangblade. A 2/2 snake rogue for 2 and a black. It has death touch whenever it deals combat damage to a player. Venture into the dungeon. Well, that's a better rogue. I like this one quite a bit. It's a good blocker. It's an attacker that makes your opponent want to deal with it, and if they don't, you get to venture into the dungeon, or if they have nothing to deal with it. Very solid. C. C for the Fangblade. Yeah, solid C. Next card is a Zombie Ogre. 3 black for a 3/5 Zombie Ogre. Okay, that's weird. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, venture into the dungeon. That's weird. Him being a 3/5 makes him a better blocker. And if you block, though, you don't get to venture because it's only on your end step. Just kind of seems difficult to get his venture into the dungeon effect happen with your creatures dying. Probably just like a D minus for Zombie Ogre. Like at 5 mana, I want something a little more effective than that, you know? Decent deck filler. I wouldn't say decent. I feel like I got nothing else deck filler. At 5 mana, like, again, I want my 5-drops to be impactful, and I don't think this guy is quite it. Because it's venture into the dungeon stipulation. Alright, that brings us on to red. Before we go too much more into this, though, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, chat. If you don't mind holding on for just like a minute, and I'll be right back. Thanks for waiting, everybody. Ugh. How's everyone doing, by the way? Is this good? Is this helpful? Is this informative for anybody? I don't know how many other people here also do drafts and stuff. I don't know how many people here also draft Magic or if they just hang out, you know? MMO Addicted, thanks for the resub. As a constructed player, it's fascinating to hear how cards do unlimited versus what you think. Oh yeah, it's a completely different mindset. Someone mentioned double checking black to make sure we didn't miss anything. That's a good idea. Let's see if we did. Nope. Oh, there's a check for traps card. Oh, there's a couple in here. Raymond Fiebland sign here. There's the Beholder Gaze card. Oh, there it is. Another new one. All right, so a handful. Check for traps. 1 in a black sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand, choose a non-land card from it, exile that card. If an instant card or a card with flash is exiled this way, they lose 1 life. Otherwise, you lose 1 life. Interesting. So it's a 2-mana Thoughtseize effect. Only at worst case scenario, you lose 1 life. That's okay. The likelihood of you getting to ping for 1 life, that's inconsequential. For the most part, you're just using this to see their hand and take out a card. This is like a control deck C-. Not every black deck is going to want this card. But if you know you're playing... If you're playing like a slower deck, and you're playing for the long game, you're playing something control-y, and you want to take out your opponent's hand and see what they got, this is better. But this is not... You don't want to windmill slam this into like any kind of aggressive black deck, or even mid-range black deck. This is like a control C-. Yeah, we'll go with that. Raven Enfeeblement is uncommon instant for 1 black. Target creature gets -4, -1 until end of turn. Unless, if that creature is white, it gets -4, -4 until end of turn. I love the color hate here. That's so good. I'd be happy playing just one of these as like a combat trick, more or less. Protect one of your creatures and set up one of your opponent's creatures for death. And then, of course, if you're playing against white, you sideboard in as many of these as possible. Like, if I'm playing a white deck and my opponent's playing black, I'm going to be so scared of a Raven Enfeeblement. I think it's really good. I actually like it. It's like B-, B+ versus white. Eyes of the Beholder. 4 black, black. Target creature gets -11, -11 until end of turn. Do you get it? This is another one of those do you get it cards. I love that. Oh, the flavor text is good too. In the end, there was nothing beautiful to be seen. Just all 11 eyes of the Beholder blasting off at once. I mean, at 6-mana instant, this is going to kill anything. It sure fucking is. It's just very expensive. In limited, this should say kill. Well, the important thing is like this gets around indestructible. I like how it's at instant speed. Probably say C. I don't like this as much as the other black spells just because of how expensive it is. Maybe C- for that fact. Yeah, I'll say C-. Last black card is Vampire Spawn. Tuna black for 2/3 vampire common. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Okay, well, sure, that's a guy. D+, got it. Moving on. Alright, let's go on to red. First red card is Barbarian class. For 1 red, if you would roll 1 or more dice, instead roll that many dice plus 1 and ignore the lowest roll. So basically, if you got a deck that cares a lot about d20 rolls, this 1 mana card gives you advantage on all of them. That's pretty good. Again, it's only if you have a deck that cares about d20 rolls. Speaking of, at level 2, for 1 in a red, when you level up, whenever you roll 1 or more dice, target creature you control gets +2/+0 and menace until end of turn. Okay. And then if you level it up again for another 2 in a red, creatures you control have haste. Ow. Alright. That last part's the least exciting. Because it's more or less 6 mana for an enchantment to give all your creatures haste. The fact that it only costs 1 red and improves all your die rolls is cool. That said, though, this is not one of those cards like you don't want to just put this in any deck. I would still say it's maybe like a, I guess like maybe like build around C-, C? Like if you've got a bunch of dice rolls already, like you can fit into that deck. And if you're not playing red, but your deck has a lot of dice rolls, I would splash this in there just to help improve all your other cards. For only 1 red, why not? How does the level ups work? Yeah, basically each level up, you have all the effects. So if you're level 2, you've got this effect plus this effect. And you level up at sorcery speed by spending mana. I'm gonna say like build around C. Maybe C-. Yeah. Next. Battlecry Goblin. There's so many goblins in red this set. 1 in a red for 2/2 Goblin at uncommon. And you can play 1 in a red. Goblins you control get +1/+0 and haste until end of turn. Why is that important? Because it has pack tactics. Whenever Battlecry Goblin attacks, if you attack with creatures with total power 6 or greater, make a 1/1 red goblin token that's tapped and attacking. Ah, well, that part's way less exciting. Attacking with a 6 power total just to get another 1/1 in there, also attacking. Sure. I mean, I get it. That way you can activate Battlecry Goblin the next turn, so your tokens also get +1/+0. I get it. That's like the not exciting payoff. It's like a expensive boast. Really, for the most part, this is just going to be a 2/2 for 2. Every now and then you might get an extra pump on there. I don't know how many other goblins you can really draft to make it just like go off like you wouldn't believe. Likely a D+. Maybe C-, depending on how many other goblins are available. But for the most part, it's a 2-2 with slight upside. So, I'll stick with D+. Next is Brazen Dwarf, 1 in a red for a 1/3 Dwarf Shaman at common. That says, whenever you roll 1 or more dice, deal 1 damage to each opponent. Interesting. Roll d20s, ping your opponent for 1. So it's kind of like the, what are those cards called? Reminds me of those old, like, Ravnica cards where it's like, tap, deal damage to your opponent. Or anytime you cast a spell, deal damage to your opponent. That said, it's not all that exciting. Probably just D for Brazen Dwarf. Gutter Snipe? Gutter Snipe's a little stronger than that. Like, even if you had a D20 heavy set, I guess maybe if, like, you're red-blue, he gives you slight payoff, but it's not going to be that much. Probably just D for Brazen Dwarf. Next card is Burning Hands, classic spell, 1 in a red instant. Deal 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Great. If that permanent is green, it deals 6 damage instead. Hell yeah. Very good on its own. This is like a C+ card on its own. Versus green, like B+. Dude, this kills the fucking Elder Gargarath, or whatever it's called. Kills Oko? Kills Crawworm? No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Crawworm survives everything. Burning Hands is good. This alone might just completely change standard. Like, you know how many people are playing green right now, and now this just, like, murders all of that? God damn. Hey, Green Fiend, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Burning Hands is great. C versus green, B+. It is uncommon, though, which is a bit of a bummer. That's great. Next up is the Chaos Channeler, 2 red for a 4/3 human shaman. Alright, so passes the vanilla test. It's uncommon. And whenever Chaos Channeler attacks, roll a d20. 1 through 9, exile a top card of your library. You may play it this turn. Solid. 10 through 19, exile a top 2 cards of your library. You may play this in turn. Or if you get a natural 20, top 3 cards of your library. You may play them this turn. Okay. So it's a 4/3 for 4 that gets you a bit of card advantage when you need it. I like that. I like him quite a bit. C+ for him. The only times where he becomes a bummer is that you need him to block and you're not able to attack with him. Like, if you get into a situation where you can't attack with him, you're just paying 4 mana for a 4/3. But if you're able to get to swinging it all for that card advantage, yeah, that's great. Do you still have to pay the mana cost to play the exiled cards? Yes. The important part, though, it does say you may play it this turn, not just cast, which means if you exile a land card, you can play the land card. Still absolutely worth it. Yeah, I like him. C+ for Chaos Channeler. Next card, Critical Hit. 1 in a red instant at uncommon. Target creature gains double strike until end of turn. Combat trick alone, that's surprisingly good. And this can be like a surprise gotcha to your opponent to finish games. But it also says, whenever you roll a natural 20, return critical hit from the graveyard to your hand. Get it? That's a pretty good flavor-wise. I like that. Yeah, this is a good combat trick that could possibly recur itself if you got enough D20 rolls. I'll give it a C. Again, go with the baseline. Just assume you'll never roll a natural 20. I play D&D. I know I won't. Assume you never will. So for the most part, you're just giving something double strike. And I like the card as a finisher more than anything else. And should have come to it, you can use this to help win a combat. I'll review anything with 100 bits. Thank you so much. Yeah, 1 out of 20. If you got the Barbarian card, though, and you got advantage, you're rolling D20s twice. Next card, Delina, the Wild Mage. 3 in a red for a 3/2 Elf Shaman. Whenever Delina Wild Mage attacks, choose target creature you control, then roll a D20. Okay. 1 through 14, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of that creature, except it's not legendary, and it has exile this creature at the end of combat. And if you get a 15 through 20, create one of those tokens, then roll again. That's hilarious. I just want to play this just to see how wacky it gets. You can target yourself. You can target herself, yes. Because the token is not legendary, so you do get another 3/2 attacker in there. You won't get extra rolls if you target her. Yes, you do. If you target herself and you attack and you roll like a 19, you get an attacking token, and then you roll again. It says you create a tapped attacking token. You absolutely get it. The token won't get rolls, no? No, the token wouldn't. Oh, do you roll off the token? Ooh, you know what? I don't believe so, because they're already tapped and attacking. I might be super wrong on that, though. Because they're already attacking. Yeah, like that could possibly go infinite otherwise, right? Yeah, I don't believe so. So if you roll well, you could get multiple tokens, but the tokens themselves will not also trigger. Still, you could do some funny stuff. I like her. It's another offensive card. And if you're in trouble, she becomes less helpful and you need to be able to untap with her to get payoffs. That's still fine. I'd give her a B. Next card is Dueling Raper. It's artifact equipment for only 1 red. With Flash, when Dueling Rapier enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. Awesome. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Great. Equip cost 4. I still think this is pretty good. It's a combat trick that sticks around. And then later on, if you got nowhere else to put your mana, I mean, 4 mana to equip is not ideal. But a 1 mana flash surprise combat trick that can still be used later on, Probably better than people think. Thinking about the like red-white equipment decks, another 1-mana equipment is excellent. I'll probably go with a C for Dueling Rapier. Maybe C-. Yeah, with the equip cost 4, I'm going to give it a C-. I still like it and would be happy playing one, though. Next card is Earth Cult Elemental. Oh, blue had Air Cult Elemental. This has Earth Cult Elemental. Haha. 4 red for a 6/6. However, when it enters the battlefield, roll a d20. 1 through 9, each player sacrifices a permanent. 10 through 19, each opponent sacrifices a permanent. And with a nat 20, each opponent sacrifices 2 permanents. This is probably really going to be another one of those funnier in Commander cards. Now, the important part about this is it does say permanent. So for some reason this lands and you roll a 4, each player has to sacrifice a permanent. You can just sack a land. Should have come to that. But on the other hand, that's kind of the downside, right? Is that your opponent could respond by just getting rid of tokens or just getting rid of lands or something. And at 6 mana, I think I just want something a little more reliable than that. Very funny in Commander. Yeah, very funny in Commander, potentially even funnier in Two-Headed Giant. I'm not stoked on it. I think it's too reliant on the dice rolls to really get you advantage with it. But when it pays off, it pays off. I'd say D+. I'll go D+ for Earth Cult Elemental. Next card. Flame Skull. Classic. Oh, it's a mythic? 1 red for a 3/1 flying who can't block. Okay. When Flame Skull dies, exile it. If you do, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play one of those cards. Oh, that is awesome. Okay, so it's a 3/1 flyer. Great. It's going to attack in every turn for a lot in the air. And when it dies, you exile it, plus exile the top card. And then until the end of your next turn, you can either play that exiled card or recast Flame Skull. And it's not until the end of your turn, it's your next turn. I like that quite a bit. It's a flying threat. And then when your opponent deals with it, it's either card advantage or recursion. I actually think that's pretty good. For only 3 mana? A-. A-. Yeah, if you've got a red deck, you'll want to play this. It's a reason to play red. Because it is just a great threat. Hey, Thiggy Kitty. Hope you're well. Next card is Goblin Javelineer. A 1/1 for 1 with haste. Whenever the Javelineer becomes blocked, deal 1 damage to target creature blocking it. Great. Great, perfect. I like it. It's going to be that much more difficult for anything to block it, especially if it's only got 2 toughness. Yeah, that's fine. What's that, D+ for Goblin Javelineer? D+. Next card is the Goblin Morningstar. 1 and a red for an uncommon equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has trample. And the equip cost is 1 and a red. Alright. But even better, when it enters the battlefield, roll a d20. 1 through 9, you get a 1/1 red goblin token. 10 through 20, you get a 1/1 red goblin token, but then you attach Goblin Morningstar to it. Here's why this is good. You're paying 2 mana for an artifact, but it affects the board immediately, even if you can't equip it. If you roll the d20 and you roll low, you're still getting a 1/1 out, and that's another creature. Something that you can equip the Goblin Morningstar onto later, or equip or have like a chump block to help you defend until you get like a bigger attacker in. That's really good. I like Goblin Morningstar quite a bit. And as we've seen again, going back to Kaldheim, giving something trample through equipment is very relevant. C+. C+ for the Morningstar. I like what it does. Next card. Hoarding Ogre. 3 and a red for a 3/3 Ogre at common. Whenever the Hoarding Ogre attacks, roll a d20. 1 through 9, make a treasure token. 10 through 19, make 2 treasure tokens. Nat 20, 3 treasure tokens. Alright. That's fine. Maybe if you're in like black-red where you got stuff that really cares about having treasures. I don't know. It's like a D. I think it would work best with black, but I'm going to give it a D. We'll go D. Next card is Hobgoblin Captain. 1 and a red for a 3/1 Goblin Barbarian, who also has Pack Tactics that says if you attack with a creature with total power 6 or greater this combat, Hobgoblin Captain gains first strike until end of turn. That's a little bit better. The fact that it's a 2 mana 3/1, so it already has the 6 power, half the power it needs to get first strike, makes it great. And at 2 mana, it would not be too difficult to get. It's a common. You could draft 2 Hobgoblin Captains, go turn 2 Hobgoblin Captain, turn 3 Hobgoblin Captain, and you start attacking in with 3/1 first strikes. This is actually pretty solid. I like it. C-. Michael Castaldo, thank you for that tier 3 resub. Up to 4 years now. Enjoy your new emerald shirt. Next is a Hulking Bugbear. 1 red for a 3/3 Goblin and uncommon with haste. And that's it. Alright, cool. Good talk. Alright, D+. Moving on. Improvised Weaponry. 2 and a red for a sorcery at common. Deal 2 damage to any target. Make a treasure token. I wish this wasn't sorcery speed. Oh, I get it. The dream is to go turn 2 Hobgoblin Captain, turn 3 Hulking Bugbear, and then you're attacking with 6 power and you got a 3/3 and a 3/1 first strike. That's the dream. Anyway. 3 mana, deal 2 damage. I mean, I like that it can hit the opponent. Only 2, though? That's like a C-. Yeah, C- for improvised weaponry. It seemed like it could hit and kill quite a few things in the set. That sorcery speed hurts me a lot. Yeah, nothing higher than that though, because white had a lot of like beefy stuff to the blue. At least it gets you a treasure. Again, this might be better if you're playing red-black, because black wants treasures. Next card is the Jaded Sellsword, 3 and a red for a 4/3 Dragon Warrior common. Passes vanilla test. When it enters the battlefield, if mana from a treasure was spent to cast it, it gains first strike and haste until end of turn. Flavor-wise, that's not bad, actually. Like, you spend a treasure, and then he tries a bit harder. That's still not very exciting, though. It's still just a D. Even with the treasure option, you're more or less just getting a 4/3 for 4. Eh. Next card. Kick in the door for 1 red. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. That creature gains haste until end of turn and can't be blocked by walls this turn. Venture into the dungeon. Wow. That's way more going on than I thought. This reminds me a lot of Guided Voice from Strixhaven. Yeah, that's a lot for 1. I mean, the +1/+1 counter target creature, fine. The haste until end of turn, likely not relevant, and there may not be a whole lot of walls, so like the middle part, it's whatever. But just the +1/+1 counter on target creature and venture into the dungeon, I like that. I'd probably play more of those than anything else. I'd give a C- for it. And haste. Yeah, I mean, haste is there, but... Yeah. Usually it's not... The haste part is like the least relevant part. Actually, I guess it's more relevant than can't be blocked by walls. Just that venture and that counter is great. Yeah, C- for kicking the door. Next card, Meteor Swarm. X red, red, red. For a rare sorcery, Meteor Swarm deals 8 damage, divided as you choose among X target creatures or planeswalkers. Oh, I can't hit players? Damn it. Damn it. If this hit players, I would have been so happy about it. I would have been like, fuck yeah. So this is what? 5 mana, kill 2 creatures. 6 mana, kill 3. The triple red is rough. Thankfully, it seemed like red had just enough treasure generation to help cast this off that it makes it a little bit better. I'd probably give a C for Meteor Swarm. Maybe C+. I might be misreading the amount of red mana available, but I'd say C. If this hit players, I'd bump it up to like an A, but sadly no. Next is Minion of the Mighty. A 1 red mana for a 0/1 rare kobold with menace. However, if you attack with creatures total power 6 or greater this combat, you may put a dragon card from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking. This is an F. Well, I guess there's enough equipment that maybe it's like a D-. But again, you're playing draft. You may not have that many dragons in your hand, and might have that many dragons in your pool, let alone have it in your hand to like somehow cheat it out with pack tactics. But a 1 mana menace creature with equipment could be something, but I'm pretty sure it's an F. Next card. Orb of Dragonkind. 1 and a red for an rare artifact. For 1 colorless, you can tap it, add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast dragon spells or activate dragon abilities, so no. Or for 1 red, tap, sacrifice the Orb of Dragonkind. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal a dragon card from among them and put it into your hand. This is still only like, maybe you draft like the red dragon card. This is like D- and only if you happen to have a dragon. It's not even really like a build around because there's not going to be enough dragons to make it worth it. This is like a D- if you have a dragon somewhere in your deck, because then you can use this to help find it. Or if you've already found it, you can use it to help ramp up into casting the dragon. But this isn't very good. Again, this is another one of those things where this is the rare that's going to be passed around, and if you see it come up pick 13, pick 14, pick 15 for your red deck, you're like, alright, sure. I'll take it, I guess. Not great, though. Moving on. Plundering Barbarian. 2 in a red for a 2/2 Dwarf Barbarian, a common. When it enters the battlefield, choose one. Destroy target artifact or make a treasure. I like them. That destroy target artifact is likely going to be the most important part, rather than just make a treasure token, but that's solid. D+. There's not a whole lot to really talk about with them here, but D+. Next card is Price of Loyalty. 2 in a red, sorcery. Gaining control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste. Yep. If mana from a treasure was cast to spent it, that creature also gets +2/+0 until end of turn. These card effects never play out well. And even in previous sets that actually had a like sacrifice theme to it, these cards still don't play out very well. So you got pay mana to take one of the opponent's creatures, and then like pay mana on top of it to somehow sack or get rid of the opponent's creatures. And at sorcery speed, it's just not very good. Never excited for these kinds of effects. I've seen decks that have a place for them though, and I've seen them pay off, but generally speaking, they're not great. D- for Price of Loyalty. Next card, Red Dragon. 4 red for a 4/4 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, deal 4 damage to target opponent. Fucking got him. This could be like another surprise finisher. And that 4 damage can help it can help go from parity to making your opponent be on the back foot. I think it's a C. Yeah, C for Red Dragon. It's a big flyer and deals instant damage to your opponent. The only time it's not good is like if you're already down to like 4 life and your opponent's at 20, then it's not really helping you much, but any other instance I can see it being good. Next card is Swarming Goblins. 4 in a red for a 4/3 goblin creature. When it enters the battlefield, roll a d20. 1 through 9, make a 1/1 red goblin. 10 through 19, make 2 1/1 goblins. Nat 20, make 3 1/1 goblins. So, bare minimum, you're paying 4 in a red for 5 power, 4 toughness worth of stats spread across 2 bodies, potentially more spread across additional bodies. That's actually not bad. Some potential like go wide, some extra like equipment options. I'd say C- for Swarming Goblins. Professor of Zoomancy for 1 more at worst. Yeah, and we saw how well Professor of Zoomancy performed in Strixhaven. I'd say C-. Next. Tiger Tribe Hunter, 3 red for a 4/4 human barbarian uncommon with trample. Alright, 5 mana 4/4 trample. Sounds good. However, as pack tactics, if you attack with total power 6 or greater this combat, you may sacrifice another creature, and if you do, the hunter deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to target creature. Oh. That's fascinating. So you can attack with creature's power 6 or greater. Sacrifice any other creature, attacking or otherwise, and deal that much power to another creature. I mean, I get it. You do that to kind of open up to like take out their defenders and open up your trampler to get through. You're still more or less going 1-for-1 though, and you are sacrificing your own creatures for that. So I'm not as into it. Just as a 4/4 trample for 5, I think it's fine. I'm not really certain how the pack tactics part will play out. C- for Tiger Tribe Hunter, just on the base stats. And it only hits. You can only do the sacrifice creature's power to another target creature. If you could do it to the opponent's face, extra funny. Next card, Unexpected Windfall, 2 red. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards, and create 2 treasures. So it's expensive thrill of possibility, only you get treasures out of it. I'm a sucker for card draw spells, even in red, and I'm playing an aggro set. Plus you get some treasure tokens. Potentially being able to cast something again right away afterwards. Maybe. Not bad. It's probably still only a D+. But I personally like these kinds of effects. Next creature is Valor Singer, 2 red for 2/3 Tiefling Bard. With at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Hey, okay. It reminds me a lot of like Combat Professor. You don't get the vigilance, but still, a 2-mana 2/3 like makes one of your attacking creatures a bit better. Okay. And it can target itself. I like it. C. C for Valor Singer. Next card, Wish. 2 to red. For sorcery at rare, you may play a card you own from outside the game this turn. Can someone explain to me why this card is red? Does this not feel like a blue card? Why is it red? Is it because blue already has Fae of Wishes and they wanted to spread it out around a bit? I don't get it. So it's like Learn? Sort of. Learn means you can only go grab lessons. This allows you to get any one of your sideboard cards. You're not going to play this in draft. This is an F. You're not playing this. Don't play it. Tangy Swish! Thanks for the resub. Is Wish more of a chaotic spell in D&D? I guess kind of. I mean, the Wish spell in D&D basically says your DM will find some way to like punish you for casting Wish. Plus, I guess the way it says like you may play a card you own from outside this game this turn. So the thing is like you don't even like grab a card from your sideboard and put it in your hand. You have to cast it immediately. That's so expensive. Oh yeah. Big F for Wish. I do not wish for an F. Moving on. Azorn! 2 to red for a 3/2 elemental. If you create one or more treasure tokens, instead create those tokens plus an additional treasure token.
Sweet.
Is it Schlocky Pool? Thanks for that Twitch Prime resub. Huh. That's fine. It's a 3-2, a slight upside. There's been a decent amount of treasure creation in red, or especially if you're in black. If you're in red-black, Zorn becomes that much better. Probably C- for Zorn. Just another solid 3-2 for 3 with a better upside than most. Next, you come to a Null camp for 1 in a red. Instant or common. Choose one. Up to 2 target creatures can't block this turn, or target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. So a combat trick, or potentially getting your attackers through. That seems okay. C-. This is a purely aggressive card, though. I guess you can pay the +3/+1 when blocking to help trade up, but you're gonna. That +1 means you're likely gonna 2-for-1 yourself. That seems okay. I like this card more on the aggressive side, so that 2 creatures can't block this turn. Next card, you find some prisoners. 1 in a red, uncommon instant. Either destroy target artifact, or exile the top 3 cards of an opponent's library. Choose one of them until your end of your next turn. You may play that card, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it. Oh, neat! I like it. So either destroy an artifact, or get card advantage off your opponent's deck? I'm in. I like it. I'd give that a C. Until the end of your next turn. So you can cast it on your turn to see those cards, just see what comes up out of it. You can only choose one. Or you can also cast it at the opponent's end step. Can you get a land with these kind of cards? Well, it does say you may play that card. And if it says play, not cast, then yes. It's likely better to cast... when... I guess it doesn't really matter. I like it, though. Next card. You see a pair of goblins for 2 in a red at uncommon. Either creatures you control get +2/+0 till end of turn, or you make 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens. Oh, it's not creature, it's creatures. So all your creatures get +2/+0. Okay, so another solid aggressive card. Plus it makes some bodies when you need it, because you need to make some chompers. I like it. Like a C- for that. Maybe C, depending on your deck. Let's finish up red here. Next card is Zalto, the Fire Giant Duke. 3 red for a 7/3 legendary giant barbarian with trample. Whenever he is dealt damage, venture into the dungeon. I like him. Like your opponent has to deal with it. I think he's a B. I think not meh. I think he's more than meh. This is a creature that can block anything and kill it. And then once it starts attacking, like your opponent wants to get rid of a 7/3 trample and needs to spend cards or creatures to get rid of it. If they block, you get to venture into the dungeon. He's not like insta-win bomb by any means. Like he's not a bomb. He's bad? I don't think so. I think he's a B. Yeah, 7 trample damage is like nothing to scoff at. With only 3 toughness, there is a good chance that your opponent won't double block unless they want to really stop that trample damage. But again, if you're at board parity, this helps. This gets you good attacks through. And if you're behind and you need to block, this is a big beefy blocker. Zalto is a B. And finally, Zariel, Archduke of Avernus. 2 red for the Mythic Planeswalker for red. Her +1 is creatures you control get +1/+0 in haste until end of turn. Okay, that's dumb. For 0, create a 1/1 red devil token creature with when this creature dies. Deal 1 damage to any target. Okay. She can at least make a blocker. And her ultimate -6, you get an emblem with, at the end of the first combat phase on your turn, untap target creature you control. After this phase, there is an additional combat phase. She's okay. My first thought is like a B. I like that she only costs 4 and comes with 4 loyalty. If you're ahead, you can start activating her loyalty to hit it harder. Otherwise, you can start generating 1/1s to chump with. It's only -6 for her ultimate. She comes with 4. She's not bad. That's a B. She's not going to come down and immediately turn the board state into your advantage. No matter what. Well, I like her. Let's go with B. Let's double check red to see if anything I missed. Yep, that jargon. Nope. Ooh, Rust Monster. Oh, Magic Missile got spoiled? Finally! There is a Magic Missile card. I was so hoping. Magic Missile is one of those cards that's like, you have to make this. I don't think I've seen this one. Alright, hold on. Alright, first up, we got Faraday's Fireball, 3 red, at instant. Deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Roll a d20. 1 through 9, it also deals 2 damage to each player, or 10 through 20, 2 damage to each opponent. That's hilarious. So they couldn't just do Fireball, because Fireball already exists in Magic. So instead, we got this Fireball at instant speed. 5 damage for 5 mana and instant. Great. And then either everyone takes 2 or your opponent takes 2 on top of that. Great. It'll kill most things, and you either singe everyone or deal a little bit extra to your opponent. C+. Inferno of the Star Mounts is a mythic dragon in red. 4 red. With flying and haste, and the spell can't be countered. Goddamn. And for 1 red mana, Inferno of the Star Mounts gets +1/+0 until end of turn. When its power becomes 20 this way, it deals 20 damage to any target. That's another achievement unlocked, right? Somehow play pump spells. And then you pay the last bit of red mana to make it 20. No, it doesn't have to be 14 mana, chat. You can play like Infuriate +3/+2. Infuriate +3/+2. Infuriate +3/+2. Or put equipment on it or whatever. And then when it becomes 20 afterwards, you deal 20 damage to something. Ignore that part. That'll never happen. That said, 6/6 flying haste that can't be countered for 6 is fucking amazing. This is another A+. Easy A+ for this dragon. Rust Monster, another one of my favorite D&D monsters. 2 and a red for a 2/1 with First Strike. Sacrifice an artifact. Rust Monster gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Nah. I like it. That's a good flavor. It's a 2/1 First Strike that is better than most 3 and less drops. C for Rust Monster. Just play as a 2/1 First Strike. It'll get better as you put equipment onto it. Assume you won't be sacrificing artifacts unless you have a lot of treasure generation, but Still, I'd rather use the treasure for getting mana than +2/+0. I like him though. C Frost monster. And finally, Magic Missile. 1 red at sorcery speed. Dispel. Can't be countered. It deals 3 damage, divided as you choose among 1, 2, or 3 targets. That's perfect. It's perfect. 3 mana, 3 damage. Or you can divide them up however you want. Great. And uncommon? Beautiful. I love it. C+, Magic Missile. I'm so in. Weird that Magic Missile is uncommon when Magic Missile is like the most common spell. I like it. Alright, C+. And that'll do it for red. Before we move on to green, though, we got ourselves a booster pack opening! Catalos has redeemed his chat gold pieces. In case you guys are new here and don't know, you can hang out, earn gold pieces, and then redeem your chat gold pieces to open up a booster pack of your choosing. And Catalos says, a booster pack of my choosing? What do I want to open? How about, I don't know. How about, let's do Core Set 2012. We'll do a Core Set 2012. Alright, first things first, we'll count the commons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope. 10 commons. So no foil in here. Here we go. We got Turn Into a Frog. Consumer Spirit. Celestial Purge. And the rare card is... Grim Lavamancer! Hell yeah! This is that 1/1 for 1 red, where you can pay 1 red, exile 2 cards from your graveyard, and deal 2 damage to target creature or player? Dude, that's amazing. This showed up a lot in, I think it is in a... What do you call it? Like historic and stuff? Hell yeah. Grim Lavamancer, that is the rare card we opened up, courtesy of Catalos. Thank you so much, Catalos. Let's get back to the set review. Still used in Modern? Oh, tight. I am not a Modern player. Too many Modern cards came out when I wasn't playing Magic. Alright, let's do green, y'all. Bullet! I love the bullet. 3 to green for a 3/3 Beast of Common. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on him. I don't know about flavor-wise. So the best way to play Bullet is on your turn, you play it post-combat. Swing in with some stuff. If something dies, then you play Bullet at your second main phase, go to end step, then you got yourself a 4-mana 4/4. That's the best way to play it. I don't understand why that's a Bullet ability, though, but... Okay. Even that, it's just kind of okay. D+ for Bullet. Bullet? Whatever. Next, Bull Strength. Awesome. 1 and a green for an instant at common. Target creature gets +2/+2 and trample till end of turn. Untap it? Why untap it? I like the trample, the strength up I get. Untap it? I don't know. No, I get why untapping is helpful. Yes, you can block with it after. Yes, thank you, chat. I'm saying for the spell Bull Strength, why untap it? Doesn't matter. Okay, combat trick. Yeah, just seems alright. Decent interaction. It does allow you to cast it on one of your tapped creatures when your opponent attacks to make him into a +2/+2, and then untap it, and you got a surprise attacker. So I guess it works on both defense and offense. That helps it. Not bad. C- for bull strength. Next, choose your weapon. Tuna green instant and uncommon. Either double target creature's power and toughness until end of turn, or this spell deals 5 damage to target creature with flying. Those are just on the complete opposite ends of the spectrum, aren't they? I think I would mostly just play this as a sideboard card for the deal 5 damage to target creature with flying. It just doesn't seem great to me otherwise. This feels like a D+ to me. I can see ideal situations when doubling a creature's power and toughness can make a thing happen. But otherwise, I'm not stoked. I like bull strength more. Yeah, it's like D+, maybe C-. I'm not into it though. Next is Circle of Dreams Druid. Green. For 2/1 Elf Druid at rare. Tap, add green mana for each creature you control. This is going to make Historic Elves like that just much better, right? This is a constructed card. Here, in Limited, paying 3 green for a 2/1 that's going to ramp you, but requires creatures, doesn't seem all that tight to me. Or Commander too. Again, I'm not a Commander player. So I could see it work for Commander. Hi, Game World. Welcome to the stream. A triple green? Ugh. Like a D- for me. Yeah, D-. That triple green is just too difficult. Next up, Direwolf Prowler. Tuna green for 2/2. But it also has 1 in a green. Direwolf Prowler gets +2/+2 and haste until end of turn. Activate only once per turn. Oh. Well, the haste part's dumb. Can you make it into a 4/4 sometimes? I'm not into them. Especially at 3 mana. This is a D, maybe D-. We'll say D because you can at least activate it sometimes, both offensively and defensively, but I'm not into that. I think they're just way better options. Next card is the Druid class. For 1 in a green, it says, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, gain 1 life. Okay. At level 2, which costs another 2 in a green, you may play an additional land on each of your turns. That's still not very helpful here. And then for 4 in a green on top of that, target land you control becomes a creature with haste, and this creature's power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. It's still a land. So you have a grand total of 10 mana to maybe have like a 5/5 land creature? I can get bigger with each land on top of it? No. This is just not what you want. You don't want this in your limited deck. My first thought was F. red-green landfall decks. Well, again, we're looking at this from a purely limited standpoint, not constructed. From a constructed standpoint, could this be viable? Maybe. But from a draft sealed, this isn't going to help you. This would be like D- at best, but I'm pretty sure it's an F. Sure, it sucks. Next is the green planeswalker, Eliwick Tumberstrom. 2 green for a 4 loyalty planeswalker. +1, venture to the dungeon. That's as simple and straightforward as it gets. For -2, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. If it's a legendary card, gain 3 life. Weird. Rest go on the bottom. Okay. And at -7, you get an emblem with creatures you control have trample and haste and +2/+2 for each differently named dungeon you've completed. It's a lot of stipulations for the trample. I like her. Not awesome. It's not awesome. There will be many times where you basically play for mana. To look at the top 6 cards of your library is a lot to find a creature card. If somehow you can defend her, you can +1 to venture into the dungeon. This gets value by going to the dungeon. I think she gets value by looking at the top 6 cards of your library and getting a relevant creature. And she is a lightning rod enough that your opponent is going to want to attack her. Not amazing by any means, but not garbage. Eliwick is like a B-. The only thing that would suck is like if you were behind by a lot, like you're low on mana, you had no creatures on board, you're still gonna be low on mana and have no creature on board, even after using her -2, because you can't cast something else immediately afterwards. If it turns out venturing into the dungeon is the best thing you could possibly do, then her +1 is awesome, because that guarantees you being able to venture into a dungeon every turn. Yeah, I'd say B-. Next is the Elder Guard Ranger, 4 and a green for a 4/1 reach, but when it enters the battlefield, you also get a 2/2 green wolf. That's okay. I'm always a fan when they take power and toughness and split it among bodies. The reach is relevant. It will die to anything, though. Not bad. C-. Just for that go wide effect. C-. Next is Find the Path. 2 and a green. Enchantment Aura. Enchant land. When it enters the battlefield, venture to the dungeon. And the enchanted land has tap to add green mana. Great. There's your 3 mana ramp spell. Venture into the dungeon for a bonus effect on top of it. Not bad. There's a C. Yeah, C for Find the Path. Froghemoth, 3 green for a 4/4 frog horror rare creature that has trample and haste? Okay, what else do you do? Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile up to that many cards from their graveyard. Put a +1/+1 counter on Froghemoth for each creature card exiled this way. Gain 1 life for each non-creature card exiled this way. Wow! I would be happy with just the 4/4 trample haste part. So you just attack in, you basically get like a scavenging ooze effect. A-. Not as good as Vampire Boy. Yeah, it's not quite as good as Vampire Boy, but still pretty good. A- for Froghemoth. I really like that card. This is another one of those, say to your opponent, hey, deal with this card, or this is going to become way bigger than you can deal with. Awesome. A- for Froghemoth. Next, Null Hunter. 1 green for a 2/2. With Pack Tactics, whenever you attack with total power 6 or greater, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Sure. I don't see a whole lot of situations in which your 2/2 for 2 is going to survive long enough to get a +1/+1 counter, but it could happen. D+. It's a bear with slight upside. Next card, Green Dragon. 4 green for flying 4/4 at uncommon. When it is a battlefield until end of turn, whenever a creature an opponent controls is dealt damage, destroy it. Let me reread that. When it's the battlefield until end of turn, whenever a creature an opponent is dealt damage, destroy it. Interesting. So this is actually a card you need to play pre-combat. Because it doesn't quite work post-combat where they're already like chumped and dealt damage. It's like giving your creatures Death Touch. Well, less exciting dragon cards. Or you can ping any of them. You can, yeah. You've already spent 6 mana casting a dragon, though. How many more cards do you have around that are going to be able to just ping? It seems okay. Just a 4/4 flying for 6 mana is playable on its own. Say C-. It could end up being better than I realized, but I'd say C-. Next card is a Hill Giant Herd Gorger. 4 green for a 7/6 giant that says when it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. That sure is a big dude. With a big puppy. Look how big that dog is. So my first thought was a D for this guy. But then I remembered... what was this? The set with Honey Mammoth? The set with Honey Mammoth, I ended up liking Honey Mammoth more than I should have. That could be the case here. We'll assume, like, D. It could end up being a little bit better like Honey Mammoth was. We'll have to see when we play the game. Honey Mammoth is a really slow format. It was, and looks like a lot of these cards are pointing to this being that case too. I could be super wrong. Unless you're like red-white equipment. Hunter's Mark. One of the best Ranger abilities. 3 and a green instant. This spell costs 3 less if it targets a blue permanent you can't control. Or you don't control. This spell can't be countered. Target creature you control gets +1/+1. Then deals its damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. So this is a 4 mana bite at instant speed, or versus blue, it's a 1 mana bite at instant speed, plus like a small combat trick. This is excellent. B for Hunter's Mark. Versus blue, B+. I like that it can hit Planeswalker as well. I like this a lot. It's a Rabid Bite at instant speed with a lot of potential upside. D+. Are we talking about the same thing here, BH? Because, no, this is great. I'd say B. It's that instant speed stipulation that makes this so good. At sorcery, not so much, because then your opponent can just deal with it whenever. Yeah, I'd be happy playing at least 2 of these in my green deck, and if I'm facing blue, like the more the better. Cool. Next up, Inspiring Bard, 3 and a green for 3/3 elf bard at common. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn, or you gain 3 life. D. Unless you have like a white-green gain life deck, then it's a little bit better, but it's a D. And that's all there really is to say about that. Moving on. Instrument of the Bards, 1 green for a legendary rare artifact. Okay. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may put a harmony counter on Instrument of the Bards. Okay. 3 and a green, tap it. Search your library for a creature card with mana value equal to the number of harmony counters on Instrument of the Bard. Reveal it, put it into your hand. If that card is legendary, make a treasure token. That seems like a very clunky, slow way to get creatures out of your deck. This feels like an F. Like, the only time this is really going to pay off is you manage to, like, drop this turn 1, maybe turn 2. But having to pay 4 mana to grab a creature card, once you get enough counters just to get it and then be able to play it, F. This is for a not limited format. Not into it. Next is Intrepid Outlander, 1 and a green for 2/3 Orc Ranger at uncommon with reach. Base stats alone, this card's awesome. A 2/3 for 2? That's fantastic. But it also has Pack Tactics, where if you attack with creatures total power 6 or more, venture to the dungeon. That seems great. That's like a B. Stat-wise alone, I love it. It also has reach. Stops 1/2 in most 3 drops. Also has reach. That's great. B. Big fan. In other sets, it would have been 2 and a green. Yeah, exactly. Next card is Loathsome Troll. 3 green for a 6/2 troll at uncommon. And then, if Loathsome Troll's in your graveyard, you may play 3 and a green and roll a d20. 1 through 9, put it on top of your library. 10 through 19, put it into your hand. Nat 20, return to the battlefield tapped. I get it. You gotta pay mana to regenerate your troll. I'm surprised it just doesn't have regenerate. I mean, I get why, but you know. Five mana, 6/2. I don't think I should like it that much. It's a great blocker. The thing I'd be most worried about is if you're rolling a d20 to bring it back, I don't think I would want it to go on top of my library. I'd rather draw something more helpful. Oh man, I'd say like D-. If it had just like 1 more point of toughness, I would like it a little bit more. But at only 2, I don't know. I don't like the fact that it would go on top of your deck and you just don't draw something more helpful. Yeah, D-. Not into it. Next card is Long Rest. Ha. X green. At sorcery for rare. Return X target cards with different mana values from your graveyard to your hand. If 8 or more cards were returned to your hand this way, Your life total becomes equal to your starting life total, exile long rest. So this is a commander card, right? Return X target cards with different mana values if 8 or more were done this way. So if you somehow manage to spend 11 goddamn mana so yeah, you get 8 cards. You get your life back. This is bad. F. F, 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 F. If you're a commander player, this is probably hilarious, though. It does say target cards. It doesn't have to be creatures, so you can grab lands. You can grab... Oh, I guess with that, you could technically get away with only paying 10 mana. If you have a land card in your graveyard. F. Don't play it. I swear to God. Next card is the Lurking Roper. 2 and a green for a 4/5 uncommon horror that says it doesn't untap during your untap step. But it also says whenever you gain life, untap Lurking Roper. That is some of the best flavor text I've ever seen. You see, stalactites grow down from the ceiling, while stalagmites reach... Ah! This is just like a big fucking defender. For only 2 and a green? 2 and a green for a 4/5 defender. And so this is a card you want to play with white, because white has a lot of life gain stuff too. And then you got a much more meaningful attacker. But I would play him just as a big 4/5 blocker who can sometimes attack. That's quite the wall. At least a C, maybe C+. Yeah, just playing out as a blocker for 3. Great. Next is Ochre Jelly. X and a green for a 0/0 rare ooze, where it enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it, but it also has trample. And when Ochre Jelly dies, if it had 2 or more +1/+1 counters on it, create a token that's a copy of it at the beginning of the next end step. The token enters the battlefield with half that many +1/+1 counters on it, rounded down. Hell yeah. So at the bare minimum, you pay 3 mana and you got a 2/2 trample. And when the 2/2 trample dies, you then have a 1/1 trample and a 1/1 trample. If you manage to pay 5 mana for it, then you got a 4/4 trample. When it dies, you got a 2/2 trample and a 2/2 trample. And when those 2/2 tramples dies, you got a 1/1 trample and a 1/1 trample. Fuck yeah. That's really good. I like that a lot. That's even like defensively. Oh no, I'm sorry. You don't create 2 tokens. You just make 1 token of it. Alright, well, it still recurs itself a lot. Yeah, so you go from like a 4/4 token to a 2/2 token to a 1/1 token. I'm still in. It basically starts off as like a great attacker, and then as soon as they block it with multiple creatures to shrink it, well then you got yourself an even better defender that can block multiple times. I like that quite a bit. I think it's a B for Ochre Jelly. Maybe even B+. Because a 5 mana 4/4 trample is still very good. Yeah, I think stat-wise alone, 5 mana for a 4/4 trample for only 1 green. I would splash for this. Yeah, B+. Next card is a mythic dragon in green. 5 green. For a 7/7 flyer that says whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, create that many treasure tokens. Seven mana flying for 7 mana. 7/7 mana. 7/7 flying for 7 mana. At that point, what do you need treasure tokens for? I mean, like, it's just a big fucking flyer and your opponent has to deal with it. I'd just give it an A minus, just because of how big it is. And like that's it. It might be lower than that though, because of how much it costs though. If this is if the format is slow enough, it's A minus. If it's got any speed whatsoever, this might become borderline unplayable for being too expensive. Porflox, thanks for the 100 bits. Owlbear! 3 green for 4/4 trample. 5 mana. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Hell yeah. That's good. That's a great common. B minus. 4/4 trample is big enough of a threat, and it automatically gets a card when it enters the battlefield. Love it. B minus for Owlbear. Next, Prosperous Innkeeper, 1 and a green for 1/1 halfling citizen that says when it enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. Oh, that's awesome. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life. Okay. C minus. I like that it comes with a treasure token. It's going to be really good in green-white decks. Yeah, C minus. I assume we're considering all formats. No, Dekong, this is a purely limited standpoint. That's all I really know. Next, Purple Worm. 5 green for an 8/7. But it costs 2 less if a creature died this turn and has Ward 2. Holy shit. If a creature died this turn, getting this thing out for 5 mana is very good. That's a big butt. Well, just a C. It might be better than that. Yeah, it's another one of those situations where if you can attack with your creatures in such a way and get your opponent to block and have something die, because it's any creature. C plus, maybe B minus even. I'm gonna say C plus just for that small stipulation. Next card, Ranger class. So this class card is a rare for 1 and a green. When Ranger class enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token. Pay 1 and a green to level it up that says whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. Okay. And then at 3 and a green, you may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast creature spells from the top of your library. This is actually a good class card. When you play it, it affects the battlefield right away. You could play this on turn 2, get yourself a 2/2. Turn 3, level it up, attack with your 2/2 wolf token, and now it's a 3/3. And then you got 4 mana to give yourself card advantage. This is very good. I like Ranger class a lot. B plus. This actually might be the best class card. Yeah, B plus, I'd be happy first picking it. You guessing you only have 1 active class at a time? No, Holybeard, because they're all enchantments. You can have as many classes out as you want. You can cross class. Let's move on. Sealed Herbalist, 1 and a green for a 1/3 lizard druid that says tap, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Alright, that's a guy. D. Moving on. Spoils of the Hunt, 2 and a green. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn for each mana from a treasure that was spent to cast this spell. Then that creature deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. So this is another instant speed bite at 3 mana. And if you use a treasure token on it, it gets slightly better. I'd be happy playing this just for the instant speed bite, especially a common. I like Hunter's Mark more, but this is still fine. C. Maybe C+. Sylvan Shepherd, 2 and a green for 2/3 Vigilance. Whenever Sylvan Shepherd attacks, roll d20. You either gain 1 life, you gain 2 life, or you gain 5 life. I mean, a 2/3 Vigilance on its own is fine. The life gain is whatever. It works for defensive decks. C-. C- for Sylvan Shepherd. In the green-white decks, it's going to go much better. Next, the Tarask. Not just Tarask, but the Tarask. 6 green for a 10/10 legendary dinosaur at Mythic. The Tarask has haste and ward 10 as long as it was cast. Whenever Tarask attacks, it fights target creature defending player controls. This card sucks. Is this the worst flavor D&D card they've made? Any standouts from the other colors? Yeah, Stalwart Gamer. Black has a 3 black for a 4/4 flying vampire with haste. That's incredible. Like, why ward 10? Just say hexproof at that point. Like, what the fuck's the point? It doesn't have trample. It's not even destroy target defending a creature defending player controls. It's fight. It's good if you can land it, will win you the game. It's still just a 10/10 that can get stopped by any chumper. And at 9 mana with triple green, it's not great. I mean, I get the haste and ward part, because in like constructed, this can help get around reanimation effects, but this is not good. It's like an F and an F flavor-wise. Don't like. Varus, Silvery Moon Ranger, 1 green for a 3/3 human elf ranger with reach ward 1. Shit, alright. Base stats alone, this card's great so far. But it also has, whenever you cast a creature or planeswalker spell, venture to the dungeon. This ability triggers only once each turn. Whenever you complete a dungeon, make a 2/2 green wolf. This dude rules. Freaking Rangers doing great right now. Easy B+, I'd say. Yeah, B+ for Varus. I like him a lot. Super good. Do you get to choose a dungeon, or are they random? You get to choose. There are 3 different dungeons. You could choose which one you want to get the effects from. Yeah, very super good. Next is a Wandering Troubadour. 3 and a green for a 4/2 Dragon Bard at uncommon. At the beginning of your unstep, if you had a land enter the battlefield under your control this turn, venture into the dungeon. Okay. Less excited about this one. Probably C+. Yeah, C+ for Wandering Troubadour. Better creature, but not like super good. Can you be in several dungeons simultaneously? By my understanding, yes. In Sealed, are you limited to the dungeons you pull? It doesn't seem like that, Ryan. It seems like there just are 3 dungeons. You can choose which one you go through. You know, there are no dungeon cards. Next card is Werewolf Pack Leader. Green for a 3/3 human werewolf. First off, what the fuck? Again, base stats, amazing. A 3/3 for 2 mana. Can you go through the same dungeon twice? Yes. Pack Tactics. So when attacks with power 6 or total this combat, draw a card. Oh, very good. And then for 3 and a green, Werewolf Pack Leader has base power and toughness, 5/3, gains trample, and isn't human. This card's really good. This seems like another B+ to me. A 3/3 for only 2 mana, where you start getting ahead on board and you're able to draw extra cards, or even make it into a trample. Plus, you can activate it after defenders are called. I like this a lot. Yeah, B+ for Werewolf Pack Leader. It might actually be an A-, but we'll say B+ for now. You find a cursed idol, 1 and a green sorcery. Choose one, destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, or make a treasure token and venture into the dungeon. That's a lot of options. It's like, what's it called? Yeah, it's Wilt, but better. It's still only sorcery speed, which is a bummer, but even late, getting a treasure token helps you fix your mana, get to venture into the dungeon. That seems solid. I'll give it a C for Cursed Idol. Also, by the way, in case you can't tell, the Cursed Idol, that's that, it's on the AD&D Player's Guidebook cover. You know, that guy with the red glowing eyes and the gems. Same thing here. Yeah, C for that. You happen upon a glade. 2 and a green instant. Search your library for 2 basic lands, put them into your hand, or return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. I like it. It's not ramp because the lands do not go onto the battlefield. Oh, I actually like this card a lot. So early on, it's going to help you make sure you're hitting your land drops and you make sure you're getting your splash cards. And then in the late game, this helps you get a relevant card from your graveyard back into your hand to play something solid. This actually looks really good to me. I'd lean. It's like C plus range. We'll probably go for just C, but this is good. I like that a lot. Next is You Meet in a Tavern. 2 green for uncommon sorcery. That says, look at the top 5 cards of your library, reveal any number of creature cards and put them into your hand. Or, creatures you control get +2/+2 till end of turn. Okay, so that's not one of those. This is not one of those modal cards where it kind of helps you wherever you're at. If you got a bunch of creatures, you can give them all +2/+2 until end of turn. Or if you don't have any creatures, or are lacking, you can find potentially several. Not bad. I actually don't hate that. The 4 mana sorcery speed is quite a bit, so it's no collected company, that's for sure. C- for Meet in a Tavern. All right, let's pop over, make sure I didn't miss any green cards, which is always possible. Ooh, Wild Shape. Doesn't look like I missed a whole lot. Great, so what is Wild Shape? 1 green mana instant. Choose one until end of turn. Target creature you control has that base power and toughness, becomes that creature type, and gains that ability. Oh, that is awesome. So, 1 mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature either becomes a 1/3 turtle with hexproof, a 1/5 spider with reach, or a 3/3 elephant with trample. That's hilarious. The important thing about this card is that it has to be target creature you control. So you cannot turn one of your opponent's creature into a 1/3 turtle. It's got two very defensive cards. One's like reactionary to blink an opponent's effect. A reach card to get an extra block. Only 1 power is not going to do much though. But otherwise, if you ever need a 3/3 elephant with trample, it's got a lot of fun options, but still just kind of seems okay to me. I'm leaning D+ for it. Maybe D- or C-, but I think D+. All right, let's move on to all the gold color cards. These are going to be important because a lot of times these are kind of defining of what the decks you want to draft with these colors are meant to be. Usually. Starting off with Adult Gold Dragon, 3 green and a white for 4/3 flying lifelink haste dragon at rare. Yep, that's a guy. B-. I mean, a 4/3 flyer is a solid threat, and I like that it has the haste and the lifelink, but it can be dealt with. So C- for Adult Gold Dragon. The Bard class. For red and a green at rare. Legendary creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter. You can pay red and a green so that legendary spells you cast cost red and a green less to cast, but this only affects the amount of colored mana you play. And then for 3 red and a green after that to go to level 3, whenever you cast a legendary spell, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them this turn. So first thoughts, this is like a D-. The thing is, without legendary cards or creatures, this doesn't do anything for you. Does level 3 keep level 2 and 1 abilities? Yes. I could be super wrong, and if you end up with a bunch of legendary creatures, kind of like having historic cards in Dominaria, this gets slightly better, but it's not even that good. I'm gonna stick with D- for Bard, so they can get the fuck out of my party. Next up, Barrowin of Clan Undur. 2 white and a black for a 3/3 legendary dwarf cleric at uncommon. Okay, so here's an uncommon signpost. When he enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. Hell yeah. Whenever he attacks, return up to 1 creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield if you've completed a dungeon. That's a really good dungeon payoff. Like, that's a really good payoff. Constantly getting 3 mana creature cards back. White and a black was not what I expect for a venture card, though. Seems good. Give it a B-. The B- mostly coming from the fact that you need to complete a dungeon for it to really work. And if you can attack with them and keep them alive and get additional activations of it, even better. Yeah, B- for Barrowin. Brunor Battlehammer is the red-white one. 2 red-white for a 5/3 legendary dwarf warrior. Each creature you control gets +2/+0 for each equipment attached to it, and you may pay 0 rather than pay the equip cost for the first equip ability you activate each turn. Holy shit. We saw so much equipment in red and white, and this makes equipment that much better, and it's free for the first time? Is this secretly bonkers good? I like this way more than the white-black one, I think. Like, just based on the equipment I saw, like, my first thought is B+? Wow. Okay. I'm thinking B+. He might be better than that, especially if you have a bunch of artifacts. Or a bunch of equipment. I like him. Next, Drizzt Do'Urden, who we're just going to ignore because no one fucking likes Drizzt, and stop trying to force him to every fucking thing you ever do, wizards. No one cares about Drizzt. Faraday, Devil's Chosen. 2 blue and a red for a 3/3 legendary tiefling warlock. This is the blue-red archetype. That says whenever you roll 1 or more dice, Faraday gains flying and menace until end of turn. If any of those results was 10 or higher, draw a card. So, I like her for the card draw thing. She's not as good as Brainer. Ugh. This is like C plus for me. Four mana 3/3 isn't fantastic. If you got the red and blue, roll d20s. Why would you not? Oh, gains flying and menace. Okay, not either or. Okay. Yeah. Let's say like C plus, maybe B minus if you got the rules for it. All right, fine. Drizzt. 3 green and a white for a 3/3 rare elf ranger with double strike. But when it enters the battlefield, it comes with Gwynhwyvar, the legendary 4/1 green creature token with trample. Whenever a creature dies, if it had power greater than Drizzt, put a number of +1/+1 counters on it to Drizzt equal the difference. Okay, I get it. So you get his 4/1 cat with trample. You attack with the cat. The cat dies. Suddenly Drizzt gets a +1/+1 counter, and that's a 4/4 double strike. I get it. I hate Drizzt a lot. I hate him so much. But this is a fucking good magic card. Paying 3 green and a white for a 3/3 that also comes with a 4/1 on 2 different bodies is excellent. That's like A minus. Maybe A. No, ooh, no, 2 bodies, A. Yeah, A for Drizzt, which I hate, because I hate Drizzt. Next card, Fighter Class. Red and a white for a rare class. Weird that they made the Fighter Class a rare, when that's usually like the most common D&D class, but alright. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for an equipment and put it into your hand. Okay, so right away you got that red-white equipment tutor. Awesome. Pay 3 mana to level up to 2. Equip abilities only cost 2 less now. Seems worth. 3 red and a white. Whenever a creature you control attacks, up to 1 target creature blocks it this turn if able. I like that quite a bit. I like that it can find an equipment out of your deck. You can make the equipment cheaper, and you can force them into bad blocks. I like that quite a bit. B. B for fighter. Next card is Gritchen Tichtillo. Green and a blue for the Halfling Druid at Uncommon. 0/4. 2 green and a blue. Draw a card. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay, so it looks like they want green-blue to be slow defensive decks. Kind of reminds me of River Upu. I don't hate drawing cards and playing extra lands. She's fine. She might be the least exciting one so far, though. C? Maybe C+. We'll go C+, because I like being able to draw a card. Next up. Hama Pashar Ruin Seeker. 1 white and a blue for 2/3 human wizard uncommon. Room abilities of dungeons you own trigger an additional time. So anytime you venture into the dungeon, you trigger it twice. 3 mana, 2/3, solid. I like her. Again, if you see that, you're going to want to pull up a lot of venture into the dungeon cards as much as you can. I think it's a B- for Hama. Kalain, Reclusive Painter, a human elf bard, black and a red for a 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, make a treasure token. Other creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on them for each mana from a treasure spent to cast them. Yeah, so we kind of talked about this earlier. It seemed like red and black could do a lot of treasure stuff, and they care about treasures. And this is a big sign of it. You can spend those treasures to make those creatures even bigger. It's only a 1/2 for 2 and doesn't impact the board immediately. So she's probably still just a C+. But if you're playing red-black, like, you'll want her. Next up, Cridle of Baldur's Gate. Blue and a black for a 1/3 legendary human elf rogue at uncommon. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player loses 1 life, mills a card, then you gain 1 life and scry 1. Okay. Whenever you attack, you may pay 2. If you do, target creature can't be blocked this turn. So Cridle can make himself unblockable. Get in there, make him lose a life and mill a card, you gain a life, whatever. But that's scry. I like the scry part quite a bit. Not great defensively, though. But I like that you can pay 2 to make any target creature unblockable till end of turn. That's really good. I like B+ for Cridle. That's a good rogue. Yeah, B+ for Cridle. Minsk! Beloved Ranger. Red, green, and a white for a 3/3 human ranger that's at Mythic. When he enters the battlefield, create Boo, a legendary 1/1 red hamster creature token with trample and haste. I got to say the word legendary 1/1 red hamster. Thank you. Pay X. Until end of turn, target creature you control has base power and toughness X and becomes a giant in addition to its other types. Activate only as a sorcery. So the idea being that you pay the mana, pump Boo, and make Boo get in there. Hell yeah. Boo goes for the eyes. Flavor-wise, awesome. Limited-wise. Would I splash for this? New achievement, kill opponent with Boo. Yeah. As a 1/1. Evolving Wilds is in this set, so it could be splashable. I'm just gonna give it a B. Not quite a bomb, but good. We'll say B. Next up is the Monk class. Of all the classes, I feel like I like this one the least or understand it the least. So the first ability is great. The second spell you cast each turn costs 1 less to cast. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of something else. Again, from limited, less exciting. Because you typically run out of cards pretty quick and you're not casting a lot of spells each turn. double spells each turn. You pay 1 in a blue to level it up to level 2. That returns up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Okay, so you get to bounce a creature, either yours or an opponent's. And then 1 white, more blue to make it to level 3. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. For as long as it remains exiled, it has, you may cast this card from exile as long as you've cast another spell this turn. So I get it. It's like Flurry of Blows, right? I feel like I need to see how it plays out before I like it. Does the opponent see your exiled card? Yeah. Hey, Lord Dreamer, thanks for the resub. I think it's like a C-. Just because early on, if you're playing like blue-white weenies low to the ground, you can get extra spells out. And in the late game, it does get you a bounce effect. So that's something. And then at 3 mana, like getting into level 3, it's some form of card advantage. You know, it comes with like the big asterisks next to it. It gets you something. So I would say a C- for Monk class. It's a weird card for blue-white. I also didn't think Monk would be a blue-white card, but whatever. Orcus, the Prince of Undeath, who costs 2 black, red, and X. He's a 5/3 flying trample, and when he enters the battlefield, choose one. Each other creature gets -X, -X until end of turn. You lose X life. Or return up to X target creature cards with total mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. They gain haste until end of turn. Holy fuck. The first part's better. A 5/3 flying trample for 4 mana is stupid good. The second part was return X target creature cards with total mana value X. So, say you manage to cast this for 7 mana. 2 black and a red, and 3 on top of that. You either get 3 1-mana cards, a 2-mana card, a 1-mana card, or 1 3-mana card. That's a lot for that. Versus just giving every other creature -3/-3 till end of turn, post combat or potential board wipe, and a 5/3 trample on top of that. That part I like more. I could see myself just casting this as a 5/3 flying trample with no extra top on top of it. That part already seems good. This is like an A-, maybe an A. Probably an A. I like that they do come back to the battlefield. Yeah, A's an A. Because if you're way behind and you can pump a lot of mana into him, you get another blocker out. Great. A for Orcus. The Rogue class. I need this card more than anything else in my entire life. Blue to black. And it says, whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library face down. You may look at it for as long as it remains exiled. Pay 3 mana to level up to level 2 that says creatures you control have menace. That's fucking amazing. Pay 2 blue-black after that, and it says you may play cards exiled with Rogue class, and you may spend mana as though mana of any color to cast those spells. Ugh. It costs so much mana just to be able to play the cards that you took from your opponent. Just playing out the 2 and then the 3 to give all of your creatures menace, I think that part is good. Otherwise, like, this is slow. just like super fucking slow. This is like D+ to me. Maybe C-, but I think it's D+. I think it's too expensive and too slow. Unless I'm super wrong, and the format is that slow and you can get them out. But I think it's D+. You can play their lands too? Yeah, you can. After you pay a grand total of what? 9 mana to do so? When you're not doing other stuff? It's not good. I think it costs too much. Shasara, Death's Whisper, 2 black and a green for a 1/3 human elf warlock. When it enters the battlefield, target creature blocks this turn if able. Okay. But it also has at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, you may pay 2 life. If you do, draw a card. Yeah. I like that. It's a beat steep. I like the flavor, though, using that Warlock. Pay that life, get to draw a card. I don't hate her, though. B-. Skeleton Swarming. Another enchantment. 3 black and a green. Each skeleton you control has trample, attacks each combat if able, and gets +X+0, where X is the number of other skeletons you control. Skeleton Rampage! At the beginning of your end step, create a tap 1/1 black skeleton creature token. If a creature died this turn, make 2 1/1 black skeleton creatures. Oh, enters tapped. What a bummer. I mean, bare minimum, this is generating a 1/1 black skeleton every turn. Are there other skeletons in this set? Oh yeah, tons. The main downside to this is that the skeletons enter the battlefield tapped, which means you can't just start generating 1/1 defenders that you can immediately start chumping with. You need to be able to untap with this before it starts becoming super good. That said, I like it. It's probably just like a C. Probably C-. 1/1 that swings for 2. It does not swing for 2 because it has to be other skeletons you control. If you only got 1 skeleton, it's only going to attack for as a 1/1. Yeah, probably C- for skeletal swarming. Alright, getting towards the end. Sorcerer class. Another rare class card for blue and a red. When it enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards and then discard 2 cards. Hell yeah. I'm into that. Just that 2 mana sorcery speed, big old loot effect. I like it. Play blue and a red to level it up. That says creatures you control have tap, add red or blue mana. Spend this mana only to cast an instant or sorcery, or to gain a class level. Oh, interesting. Okay, so you can use that to help level up. 3 blue and a red at level 3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, that spell deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of instant and sorcery spells you've cast this turn. Well, that sucks. I was getting pretty excited for it until the very end. The first part's the best. You're not going to be popping off so many spells that you just, like, do a bonkers amount of damage to your opponent, though. I don't like it. It's like a D-. It's not really ramp, though. Because it only ramps instants and sorceries. And you need creatures out for that to happen? Yeah. I would play this just for, like, the level 1 effect, and that's it. And then if I happen to have spare mana laying around, sure, fuck it, why not? But just playing, like, the 2 mana for, like, draw 2, discard 2 is fine with me. Moving on. Targnar, the Demon Fang Null. Red-green for 2/2 legendary null that says Pack Tactics whenever you attack. Power 6 or greater with total creatures. All your attacking creatures get +1/+0 till end of turn. And for 2 red and a green, double Targnar's power and toughness until end of turn. Okay. So that's like your red-green Pack Tactics card. Make stuff bigger. He's okay. I like that he become a threat later on. C+, maybe B-. Can you pump it multiple times? If you have 8 mana to spare, yeah. Absolutely could. It's probably C+. We'll go C+. Next is Tiamat. 2 Wooburg. 2 white, blue, black, red, green. For 7/7 Dragon God legendary creature with flying. When it enters the battlefield, if you casted it, search your library for up to 5 dragon cards not named Tiamat that each have different names. Put them in your hand. So this is the next meme, right? Play Tiamat, but also somehow get 5 dragons. Is it an F? I don't think it's an F. Because there's a fair... F? Build around B. Like, if you first pick it, and you're, like, focusing, like, red, black, green or something, and getting treasures? No way to play it in limited? No, this is playable in limited. There's enough treasure generation. There's an evolving wilds for fixing. It could very well get this out. It's absolutely possible. Or even, like, ramp into it. But, like, your deck has to exist solely for casting Tiamat or finding Tiamat. Or shit, having Tiamat in your hand with that stupid 0/1 menace. F, build around B. That's another achievement unlocked draft card. Next up, yeah, there's Trelasada, Moon Dancer, green and white for 2/2 Elf Cleric. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Trelasada, and scry 1. There you go. Yeah, so green white wants that life gain synergy. And those are the cards you want with it. And this is actually a better card with it whenever you gain life. I mean, it's your build around / your archetype card, so C+. I like the scry. I like the scry a lot. Shane Soul, thank you for subscribing. My 3rd brand new baby sub of the day. Button up your blue shirt. Enjoy all your emotes. Thank you. Triumphant Adventurer in white-black for a 1/1 Death Touch. Alright. As long as it's your turn, he has first strike. And whenever he attacks, venture into the dungeon. That's a fantastic card. Homeboy's an A. It's a 1/1 Death Touch, so it can block extremely well. And on your turn, it's a 1/1 Death Touch, so your opponent can't block it that great. And whenever he attacks, you get to venture into the dungeon. That's fantastic. A for Triumphant Adventurer. Super good. Next up, Volo, Guide to Monsters. 2 green and a blue for a 3/2 human wizard. Whenever you cast a creature spell that doesn't share a creature type with a creature you control or a creature card in your graveyard, copy that spell. This is probably worth playing in any green-blue deck or even splashing for it. Playing cards that don't share creature card types is going to be difficult because so many creature cards have multiple card types to it. Elf Cleric, Dragon Knight, etc., etc. That's a lot. He's likely a B+. If you managed to get even one activation off of him, he was worth the mana. Yeah, B+ for Volo. B+? Not B. Just B. He's good enough that I want to play blue-green. And our final gold card is Xanathar, the Guild Kingpin. 4 blue-black. For the 5/6 Legendary Beholder. That says, at the beginning of your upkeep, choose an opponent. Until end of turn, that player can't cast spells. You may look at the top card of their library at any time. You may play the top card of their library. And you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast spells this way. I fucking love it. Xanathar is an easy A. Again, if you manage to untap with it, your opponent can no longer cast instants, and you get to play their shit. And then this is very clearly an ultimate commander card, because you know what screams a commander card? I have fun and you don't. I like A for Xanathar. If you manage to untap with it, you get card advantage. You slow down your opponent's instant speed effects. Super good. I like Xanathar a lot. A. Hunter Bahamut, thanks for the resub. Alright, what do we got left? We got artifacts and lands left. Sure. Try to finish this up. Bag of Holding. This is a reprint, which I guess isn't surprising. Whenever you discard a card, exile a card from your graveyard. You can pay 2 to draw a card, discard a card, and then you can sacrifice Bag of Holding to return all your exiled cards back to your owner's hand. It's no longer a rare, it's only uncommon now, so it's a little bit better. I don't know how good this will be in Limited, though. I'd say D+. It could end up being super good, though. If you got no other means of getting card advantage. I do like that you can activate at instant speed, too. D+, maybe C-. I'm glad it's uncommon now. Next is Deck of Many Things, the legendary artifact at Mythic Rare. Oh boy. Pay 2 mana, roll a d20, and then subtract the number of cards in your hand. If the result is 0 or less, discard your hand. If the result is 1 through 9, return a card at random from your graveyard to your hand. 10 through 19, draw 2 cards. Nat 20, put a creature card from any graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. When that creature dies, its owner loses the game. The only way for you to get a 20 is to have an empty hand. Otherwise, you get a random ass card or maybe draw 2 cards. Yes, owner. You can put a creature card from any graveyard onto the battlefield. You take one of your opponent's creature cards and just say, hey, if you somehow deal with this or kill it, you're going to lose. So, another achievement unlocked, right? Use a deck of mini things, get one of your opponent's creatures, and then make them lose that way. That's another achievement. That's what we want. On its own, five mana to potentially draw 2 cards to get a random card back. It's going to be funnier in Commander. In Limited, man, I have no idea. This one's a hard one to grade. It's just like the random effects just makes it so difficult. I would say just to see, because you do have a small chance of being able to draw cards. And like late game, if your hand's empty, this becomes that much better. But that's a lot of stipulations. I'm going to go with C. Yeah, consistent card draw unlimited is good. I mean, like, it's consistent with an asterisk. It's probably, I can't wait. I can't wait to see it cast. I can't wait. Dungeon Map for 3 mana. Artifact, uncommon. Tap, add colorless mana. Or pay 3 to venture into the dungeon, activate only as a sorcery. That's okay. Some colorless ramp, but then you also have a venture into the dungeon mana sink. A 3 mana colorless ramp isn't as exciting as like a 3 mana add any color. That's okay. Probably keep that at C. Yeah. Next card is 50 Feet of Rope, a 1-mana artifact uncommon that has 3 options. Tap it. Target wall can't block this turn. Okay, pretty dumb. 3 mana tap it. Target creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Okay. 4 mana tap it. Venture into the dungeon. Activate only as a sorcery. There's a lot of... Venturing the dungeon is very much like sorcery speed. There's very little instant speed of that, isn't it? I like it for its tie-up effect. The 3 mana, target creature doesn't untap, and then for some reason your opponent doesn't have any creatures, then I guess you can start venturing. Yeah, I like the 3 mana activation the most. It only costs 1 to get this out. I give C+. C+ for 50 Feet of Rope. Next card is a Mimic. A 2 mana artifact. This does count as a treasure card. So a lot of the other cards that say, hey, if you got treasures or spend mana to do that, this counts towards that. So it's not a treasure token. It is a treasure card, though. You can tap and sacrifice it to get a mana of any color. So there's your ramp. Or you can pay 2 mana to make it into a 3/3 shapeshifter artifact creature with base power and toughness until 3/3 until end of turn. I like that. An extra creature from when you need it. This is going to be a very important card for your black-red decks. I like them. See? Spiked Pick Trap, a 1-mana artifact with flash. Pay 5, tap, sacrifice Spiked Pit Trap. Choose target creature, then roll a d20. 1 through 9, deal 5 damage to that creature. 10 through 20, deal 5 damage to that creature, and get a treasure token. Oof. A 6-mana removal spell. This is one of those probably really good in sealed. In limited, too slow. C+ sealed. D+ draft. Treasure Chest. A 3-mana artifact. At rare, 4 mana, sacrifice Treasure Chest, roll a d20. If you roll a natural 1, lose 3 life. 2 through 9, get 5 treasures. 10 through 19, gain 3 life and draw 3 cards. Or if you get a nat 20, search your library for a card. If it's an artifact, put it onto the battlefield, otherwise put it into your hand. Huh. Well, that nat 1 is kind of scary. So either get a bunch of treasure or gain 3 life and draw cards. I'm less excited about the Nat 20 than I am the 10 through 19. Well, this is more or less 7 mana. For the most part, 7 mana, get 5 treasures, or 7 mana, gain 3 life, draw 3. If it's 7 mana, gain 3 life, draw 3, hell yeah. And you can kind of pay that in installments. New achievement, die to your own treasure chest. I'll fucking do it. Watch me. It seems all right. Again, I could, like, this is another card that like black-red wants a lot. C+ for it. Shuyan Pai, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate you sticking around. And now we get on to all the different special lands. Well, first off, there is an Evolving Wilds, which, you know, it's Evolving Wilds. You want one in every draft. But now there's a cycle of rare lands for all the colors, where it's lands that become a creature. Cave of the Frost Dragon is the white one. If you control 2 or more other lands, it enters the battlefield tapped. So this is also a speed land. Gives you a white mana. For 4 and a white, you get a 3/4. This land becomes a 3/4 flying white dragon creature until end of turn. Great. Very good. B+. If you got nothing else to do, turning one of your lands into a big old flyer or having yourself a big defender, very good. Den of the Bugbear is the same thing for red, only it's 3 in a red until end of turn. Den of the Bugbear becomes a 3/2 red goblin creature that, when it attacks, make a 1/1 red goblin creature token that's stat and also attacking. So it's harder for this one to attack in, but if your opponent's in a bad board state or an empty board, this is a great payoff for it. Hall of the Storm Giants is the blue one for 5 and a blue, so 6 mana. Hall of Storm Giants becomes a 7/7 blue giant creature with Ward 3. Oofta. That's a lot. That giant isn't getting blocked. It's just a 7/7. Doesn't have trample or anything. It would just get chump blocked. There's so much expensive black mana or expensive mana cost stuff in here that maybe that it really is going to be slow enough. That's just going to be that good. I like it more than the Bugbear one. Probably B+ for the Storm Giants. B- for Bugbear. The black one is Hive the Eye Tyrant. 3 in a black. It becomes a 3/3 black beholder creature with menace. Whenever this creature attacks, exile target card from the defending player's graveyard. Oh, that's dumb. Just exile one of their graveyard cards. That's super helpful. This is probably going to be sick in Constructed. In Limited, though, exiling is not awesome. But if you need a 3/3 menace creature, there you go. B- for that one. And the green one's the Hydra one, where it's the same thing, only it's X and a green. It becomes a XX creature until end of turn. So, as much mana as you want to put into it, I like that a little bit more, because then at least you can like make a chump blocker if you need it. Or if late game, if you need something super big, there you go. B for the green one. So white one the best, followed by green and black, followed by red and blue. I might be wrong about the blue one though. We'll have to see. Other special lands. Dungeon Descent. It enters the battlefield tapped. Ugh. Adds colorless mana. Okay. 4 mana, tap an untapped legendary creature you control. Venture to the dungeon, activate only as a sorcery. No. I don't think you want that. No, that's a bad card. Like, sealed maybe, but you're looking to play 2, probably 3 colors, and having that colorless land in there can really mess you up. Plus, you need legendary creatures for this to even activate at all. Yeah, I think Dungeon Descent is an F. I don't think you ever want to play that. And one more land, Treasure Vault. Artifact land. Ooh. Tap, add colorless. XX, sacrifice it, create X treasure tokens. And again, only if your deck cares about treasure tokens should you play this, which basically means mostly black-red. Black. So you can pay 4 mana, sacrifice this, and get yourself 2 treasure tokens. I guess, like, it kind of gives you a treasure source for, like, way later in the game. You're not really looking to activate this early. Like, especially if you can activate it for, like, 6 mana plus itself. Still just kind of okay. C- for Treasure Vault. All right. And that's everything. Real quick, though. So here's all the special showcase cards where they look like drawings from the Monsters manual. Neat. But can we talk about... Can we please just talk about these guys? These are those colored lands that activate and become creatures that we were just talking about. I think these are ugly as fuck. I hate these. I hate these cards. Look, I get it. I get it. Haha, you remember the old AD&D dungeon modules? They look just like that. Don't you get it? Yes, but this is an eyesore. I hate this. Like, it's hard to read this. The color, there's too much stuff going on. I don't even know where to look. I hate these. I hate these so much. This is like the most novel thing in the world. And I hate them. I don't want to play them in paper. I would love to have these solely for collector's purposes. But that's it. I think these are so fucking ugly. I hate them. Oh, they're also doing a bunch of extended art. God damn it. Oh, Vorpal Swords Bio Box? Oh, fuck. Oh, my wallet. Thoughts on Magic Legends shutting down? I mean, not surprised, but also lol. How's Den of the Bugbear at adventure level 17 to 20? I mean, I think they just did that for all the colored lands. Evolving Wilds 1 through 4. Dungeon Descent 11 through 16. So, again, I get it. Overall for Limited, what do I rate the set? It's hard to say. I need to play it first. I don't want to really rate the set until I play it. Was Magic Legends the Diablo one? Yeah, Magic Legends was the Diablo one, mobile-based piece of shit, and it didn't even make it out of alpha. That said, can't wait to play it on stream. Alright, that's the limited set review. As it currently looks, I think red-white equipment looks fucking awesome. Like, the red-white equipment, especially with Brunnar, looks super freaking good to me. Green on its own also looks super good. And then I'm not sure on the others. But yeah, that equipment stuff looks great. We'll have to see. It comes out in just a couple of days. All right, I'm going to wrap it up here, chat. I've been talking for so long that my sinuses are drained. And, like, it hurts, so I need to stop. Chibi Acer, thank you for the 100 bits. You recorded my rating, we'll link it in the Discord? Oh, wow, that's awesome. Well, there you go, guys. If you ever want to go back to my snapshot rating, join the Discord, and we'll have it set permanently in there. Thank you. Yep, that's going to do it for me. So next stream is Thursday, and Thursday is when the set comes out on Arena. So Thursday's stream is going to be Magic the Gathering. We're going to play the D&D set. That's what we're doing. All right. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. Hopefully it was insightful for some people who are especially interested in Limited. I know technically not all the cards are out yet, but like you get the idea. I'm off the next 2 days. But yeah, join the Discord. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. Thank you guys for all the subs, all the resubs, all the gifted subs, all the bits. Thank you guys. My face just hurts. I am going to wrap it up. I'll see you guys all on Thursday for the D&D set. Have yourselves a good night.